Test. Good afternoon, everybody. If you're watching this from the East Coast, good morning. If you're watching this from the West Coast, it is David Schlotthauer here with live coverage and an update on Major Hurricane Beryl for July 1st, 2024. And believe it or not, we have a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-an-hour winds. Sorry I couldn't get to this in time. I did not end up going to bed until later. I just had a hard time going to bed just because of how powerful the system was. I just could not stop thinking about it. But I did eventually end up going to bed, and I did not end up waking up until like 10:30 this morning. Actually, not 10:30, until 9 o'clock this morning. So by the time I woke up, there had been a new update, and Recon flew into the system. So what we have right now is a very, very powerful hurricane. I mean, you cannot get any more organized than this. Look at this eye, very intense with deep convection surrounding the entire eye. What it appears to, we do have mesovortices within the eye as well. You can see some of them here spinning about within that eye wall. And we even got some lightning strikes going on. Wow, this is really intense. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. So, unfortunately, this did pass over Ashton, Boggles, Hillsborough, Charleston, bringing insane winds. I mean, Category 4, almost Category 5. Actually, Category 5 force winds. Port Elizabeth got really close of getting the eye wall. But you got some hurricane force winds for sure. This is now headed towards Jamaica. And so a lot of you that are watching from Jamaica, there's already a hurricane watch out for these areas. This is because of the system. So right now, let me put out all my warnings here. So right now, I guess this does not work for, these warnings do not work for, actually that's why. Oh no, these are not going to work for some reason on other countries. So we do have a hurricane warning that still is in effect, but Jamaica is under a hurricane watch. That will become a warning. Possibly in the next couple of days. But again, I wanted to show you all this. This is just insane footage of this eye wall. If you guys want to take a clip of this portion of the live stream, you can. This is pretty insane. If we actually go back to even 200 frames, we could even bring this to you even the last 4 hours, which is pretty insane coverage of this as it moved through. And the system has underwent the rapid intensification. Winds were 120 last night. They're now 150 miles an hour. So that means we are very close, folks. We are very close of a Category 5 hurricane. This could even be a Category 5. Doesn't surprise me right now as this enters the Eastern Caribbean. And there is, I did check the shear vectors. Right now, shear is only 1 knot over the system, and it is coming in out of the southeasterly direction. So, essentially, we do not have any shear on the system at the moment, and we're still waiting for that westerly shear, supposedly, to get going onto the system. Right now, this is loading in. Once it's done loading in, I will show you some of the footage, folks. But, wow, this is incredible. David, Recon found surface frequency microwave radiometer winds of 140 to 150 knots, supporting Category 5 status. Justin, come on. You're joking with me. You're joking with me. That is, wow. Let's actually go over there right now. We got to take a look at that. We're going to do your update here too in a second. Yeah, that pressure has dropped 2 more millibars in the last pass of the Recon. Okay, they did find that. They actually did find 140 knot winds. This could be a Category 5 then. This could very well be a Category 5. Wow, that is insane. That is insane. And yeah, so this is as of 1 p.m. Catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surge continue in the southern Windward Islands. So this just came out, so they did not up the intensity. It is still at 150 miles an hour with pressure down to 946 millibars. So they are not going to go Category 5 on this. But, I mean, surface frequency microwave radiometer winds do show this could be a Category 5. But it's very hard to say if that actually is, because what we have here from the NHC is only 150. But either way, it's not going to matter a whole lot. And here's a look at that. Look at the eye. Just take a look at this. Look at that eye as it moves through. So we can see here, Hillsborough, Windward, Boggles. You can see right there. Look at that. Look at that eye going right over that island. Man, absolutely devastating. And then you can see right in here, just really intense. Absolutely intense. Look at how clear that eye is too. That eye is clearing out even more. Even more. So very symmetrical looking eye right now. So I'm going to actually have to take a picture of that. Screen capture this because it is so intense. And make it my wallpaper. That's just incredible. There we go. So we got a picture of that. Look at the other Recon. It shows it even stronger. What? What? You're telling me it's stronger. You're telling me it's stronger. I don't see it being any stronger. Let's see the northeastern eyewall. Yeah, they have 143 knots. So not far above the surface. But when we look at the latest mission that did conduct the Dropsondes, this is what we're looking for right here. Let's go to the latest Dropsonde. In the northwestern eyewall, not as strong, but the northeastern eyewall did find 147, about 150 knots, 150 knot winds. That is, wow, that is insane. That is insane. And a lot of I did not believe the hurricane models until I saw this blow up like this, and I'm like, remember the hurricane models? Well, you weren't here, guys, for it, but they did show that the system would be 943 millibars, and that's what exactly happened. So ironically, this really intensified at an explosive rate. So yeah, look at that. 945 millibars, right on par with the H-Wharf model. That is concerning. And 940 millibars on the H-Mon. So this is showing us, and looks like even tonight, it could get even stronger, folks. 936 millibars on this. 936 millibars on the H-Mon by tonight. As we go and look at the other model, 940 millibars. 940 millibars, folks. 938 millibars. My live stream keeps ending. How's my stream, folks? Let me know if it's good or not. So yeah, this is not what we want to hear. We'll wait for those hurricane models to come out. But once again, that is a very... Oh yeah, that eye is really clearing out now. Very much clearing out. Stream is good? Good. This is the best it's looked. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, very symmetrical, as symmetrical as you can get. So that's a very big problem when you see a hurricane this symmetrical. I mean, look at that. It just stare down at it. Look at it. You can just see it moving through those islands. I mean, there's the eyewall, the back side of the eyewall really moving in. Man, that is just insane. Wow. That is a very warm eye right now. That is very warm. In fact, to be specific, if we take a look at the eye temperature, so because there's a little bit of cirrus here, the eye temperature I'm estimating is at 75 degrees right now, surrounded by cloud tops that are negative 100 Fahrenheit. So yeah, this is as intense of a hurricane as you can possibly get. You can see that right there. Man, that is just crazy. Crazy intense. So let's go back and update you all for the rest of this update. So as you all know, NOAA hurricane aircraft did find potentially Category 5 force winds. That's 160 miles an hour. It is not surprising. This could go Category 5 possibly by today based on our latest HMON, HWARF, and some of our other high-resolution models. So yes, a lot of you were saying it's not going to hit. It's going to hit Category 5, and I remember I disagreed with you all. It's not going to hit Category 5. Well, you might be, you're likely right, and I'm likely wrong about that. So we could be looking at a Category 5. And I mean, come on, folks. On July the 1st, a Category 5 hurricane, a Category 5, this early in the season, tells you something, right? So, yeah, this is showing us what the wind field looked like. This is a look at the latest NHC forecast. This is as of the 11 o'clock advisory. We're waiting for the 2 o'clock advisory to come out. They're probably going to go Category 5. I'm very sure about it. I'm very confident they're going to have to go that intense because of what we're seeing. And yes, this now could threaten Jamaica directly. We could be seeing a very close call with Jamaica, and based on our latest hurricane models, this could be a catastrophic event for Jamaica, possibly for Hispaniola, and then, of course, getting into the Yucatan Peninsula. The hurricane warnings do continue for these two islands. We will see those get canceled probably in the next advisory, since hurricane force winds are no longer impacting Barbados as well as Tobago. So the good news is that's coming to an end. However, Trinidad, you're getting tropical storm force winds. And of course, if you're on some of the other islands like St. Lucia and as well as St. Vincent, you're getting tropical storm to hurricane force conditions. And then right over here, folks, Jamaica is going to be impacted here by tropical or hurricane conditions possible. That's a hurricane watch, not a tropical storm watch. Okay. So here's a look now at the latest text, and I want you all to really understand this carefully. The eyewall of Beryl is now moving through the southern Windward Islands. This is an extremely catastrophic, dangerous situation that is taking place right now. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in Grenada, the Grenadine Islands, and Carriacou, something like that, island should not leave their shelter as destructive winds and life-threatening storm surge are expected during the next few hours. Shelter in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions and do not venture out in the eye of the storm. Do not, because the eye is moving quick. Heavy rainfall and localized flooding are expected across the Windward Islands through this afternoon. So yes, even so the eyewall's not over you, the rain and wind will continue well into the afternoon. Beryl is expected to remain a very powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea later this week. A hurricane watch has now been issued for Jamaica. Interests in the Cayman Islands, Belize, Yucatan Peninsula, and the remainder of the northwestern Caribbean need to monitor its progress. Additional watches and warnings will likely be required during the next day or two. So we could be looking at additional warnings. So the earliest reasonable arrival time of tropical storm force winds as follows. We are looking at an 80 to 100% chance. Well, actually, roughly there for southern Jamaica. Again, I just said that. A 80 to perhaps a 90-ish% chance for tropical storm force winds arriving late Tuesday into early Wednesday morning for Jamaica. For the Haitian Peninsula for Haiti, there's a 20 to 40% chance of tropical storm force winds. This needs to be taken seriously. If you're on the Grand Cayman Island, there is a 50 to 60% chance of tropical storm force winds arriving Wednesday night for your area, and then the rest of the Yucatan by Thursday on 4th of July. This is a unfortunate situation, folks, that many lives, I'm concerned, could be at stake with this hurricane if actions are not taken seriously. So here's a look at the latest rainfall forecast. And again, this is a low confidence forecast the further out in time we go. So actually, let's go and let's get our mouse pointer up here. So let's go to cursor thickness. So let's go to that. So that way you guys can see where I'm pointing at. So everyone's on the same page. Oh, I guess we don't get that. So we will have to use our epic pen. All right. So let's bring that up. So right here is where, and it's not, hold on a second. It's not letting me draw. There we go. So right here is where, again, once again, for western or for eastern Jamaica, could see up to 8 inches of rain. Low confidence forecast, we could see these totals increase dramatically as confidence increases and the storm gets closer. All right, along this path, of course, whoever is going to get the eye or the eye wall could see a foot of rain or more in some of these areas, well, in the open waters. And then, of course, over the Dominican Republic, 6 inches of rain might be possible with this hurricane as this passes to your south. Yeah, we got some orographic effects. And then the Cayman Islands could get up to 4 inches of rainfall. Yes, 4 inches of rainfall as this moves on through. So yes, please take this seriously, folks. Lots of rain, devastating impacts. You bet. This is a catastrophic situation unfolding. So now let's take a look here at the latest from the National Hurricane Center with their wind field. Hurricane force winds have expanded, so we're seeing a larger hurricane wind field, a larger tropical storm force wind field. So this is more of your average size hurricane. It is not as small as what we were going to think because the eyewall replacement cycle completed early this morning, and now it's gained a little bit more latitude. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Jamaica here because now if it continues to do this, it could impact Jamaica directly. And who knows how strong that might end up being by the time it gets over there. If the shear doesn't weaken, this could be a whole different situation. Tropical storm watches are still issued for the Dominican Republic as we speak. So you should be taking action and making sure your house is boarded up or any hotel structure. Yes. Hey, I will look at it in a second here. So, according to the National Hurricane Center, satellite and radar data this morning suggests that Beryl has completed the eyewall replacement cycle. Self-explanatory. Earlier, surface frequency microwave radiometer data support 130 a couple of hours ago has continued to improve, so they're upping it to 120 knots. But since then, we now have a very powerful hurricane at this time. Once again, we have a powerful hurricane with 150-mile-an-hour winds that could get upped in the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory. Just keep in mind, all right? That's something that we are going to have to really pay a close attention to. All right, so someone told me to look at the H-Wharf model, the 12Z H-Wharf, right? This is the 12Z, so I imagine it's probably really bad, because if you're getting my attention, that must mean it's bad. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's what I had fear of, the way, if it gains latitude at it, if it does, like, if we go back, and you can see this turn recently, so if it continues in this general direction, it's going to hit Jamaica head on. And again, it is very important to see how strong this could end up being. This is a 941 millibar system. Hurricane force winds are over top of Jamaica on this run. This is not something that you want to see at all. This is a very serious situation. If this actually comes to fruition, this could be very devastating, absolutely devastating, catastrophic impacts, major hurricane force winds, even over land with wind gusts based on our 850 millibar winds. Look at that. That's 151 knot winds at that level, which means that will lead to wind gusts well over 170, 180 miles an hour over western or eastern Jamaica. So now that this is over water again, let's look at our downstream impacts. Who's going to get the worst of this? And as we look, once again, for portions of Haiti, the Haitian Peninsula of the Hispaniola, you could get some moderate to heavy rainfall arriving as early as Tuesday late afternoon into the evening hours. And then eventually, look at this powerful eyewall, folks, and look at that orographic effect. Look at that. That's very intense rainfall. There's your eyewall approaching Jamaica probably by Wednesday early afternoon. By Wednesday early afternoon, we could be looking at, once again, a devastating hurricane. And my prayers and thoughts go out to a lot of you all that live on Jamaica, because, I mean, look at the recent model. Look at this, has trended back north again. So we can see right here, this is 2 model runs ago. This is the previous run, and look at now. This has trended north. It's not trending south again. It's trending north on this run. That's a big deal. And then once this passes over Jamaica on the other side, this system looks to weaken a little bit more at 963. But on arrival to Jamaica, this could remain a major hurricane. And I don't want to say that. I hate saying that. But based on the data that we've gotten from our hurricane models, that might be a possibility. So looking at the intensity of these winds, keep in mind, this is through this afternoon. Winds could max out at 180 knots, potentially through tonight. 180 knots in the low levels of the atmosphere. You can name those surface winds there at about 135, 140 knots potentially at the surface. So this could make a run potentially for a Category 5 hurricane through the next 24 hours, and thereafter it might end up weakening, but still not in time when it hits Jamaica. So now let's take a look at our HMON model. Okay, this is a different hurricane-specific model, and what it shows, of course, is a 940 millibar. So the most important thing here is, what is it going to look like once it gets past the islands, which it is already. See, this is going to intensify potentially over the next 18 to 24 hours. And on this run specifically, we have 140 knot winds at the surface, 850 millibar winds, 170 knots. That's a Category 5. On this specific model, this is not a blend of models. This is one individual model showing a potential catastrophic Category 5 hurricane over water. And then the good news on this run, this does not impact Jamaica directly, and the center is a little weaker on this run, and it still shows it disintegrating, or not really disintegrating, but really weakening. But right now, we're seeing this peak intensity at least over the next 18 to 24 hours on both the H-Wharf and the HMON models. So let's actually go and look at our next model. Let's see what the halves A shows, because we want to look at the halves A. Halves A has us at 946. Wow, gets down to 939, and that is a Category 5 by tonight. 153 knot winds. Are you kidding me? That is incredibly strong. And then looking at the low-level winds, 172 knots. That is definitely a Category 5. And then this could really remain intense, potentially through the next 24 hours. Most of the models have this at a Category 4, Category 5 intensity at least through Tuesday morning as it moves in the middle of the Caribbean. And then we can see this model is agreeing with the HMON with a very weak system, not as strong as the other models, with a 985 millibar passing to the south of Jamaica. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. Still going to bring in a lot of impacts with a lot of rainfall. You can bet a lot of rainfall will be the thing with this, okay? So that's important to take note of. And then this could re-intensify potentially right before it hits the Yucatan Peninsula, before it weakens altogether. All right, we have one more model to show you, and that's the halves B. Let's see what the halves B shows. So this is right now about 942 millibars. That isn't surprising based on our recon data that did find 941 millibar extrapolated air pressure. That's not the dropsonde pressure, that's the extrapolated of 941 millibars. And this too has this getting down as intense. Wait, this is... Okay, this is a different model. It looks similar. We can see that the system could remain very intense. Category 5 in 30 hours from now. 30 hours from now, and then look at this weakens enough to where hurricane force winds do miss Jamaica, but tropical storm force winds, that's all of the green area here on your screen. All of the green area showing a tropical storm, and then in the purple is hurricane force winds. So this is a system that we really got to watch, because this could make a run for Category 5 intensity based on our models. And our low-level winds, by the way, could max out at 181 knots, folks. 181 knots in the next 24 hours. Man, that is insane. That is insane strength if that actually happens. But the worst case scenario, yet again, continues to be on the H-Wharf model, showing this not weakening a whole lot on approach to Jamaica. So you all living on Jamaica need to be taking action. This is a very serious situation, and all I can say is you need to be monitoring the intensity and progress of the hurricane as it could impact Jamaica directly. And let me just put it this way, okay? Let's go to rainfall totals. If the eyewall, which this side of the eyewall impacts, okay, Jamaica, some portions of Jamaica could get a couple of feet of rainfall. And not a couple of feet, but about 12 to 18 inches of rainfall because of the orographic effects with this. Now, I mean, look at that, the magenta color on your screen. That's a sign of intense rainfall. That is the sign of an intense amount of rainfall over this area. And these are high mountains, so this is orographically affected. And then even on the backside, you get a lot of that rainfall. And some of these feeder bands, you could have water spouts, maybe tornadoes. So, yeah, something that we will be monitoring. All right, 96L is only 2050 now. So 20% in the short term, 50% in the long term. That's a good thing. So that means the chances have dropped on that, so that doesn't look to develop as what most of the models thought before, which is a good thing. But it still is going to bring in some impacts to the Windward Islands, all right? Lesser Antilles, in other words. With some rain, maybe some breezy winds at the moment. In fact, if we look at that really quickly, yeah, this is probably going to be a tropical depression at the very most. actually has a little bit of a tropical storm wind field as it passes over the islands, and that too again could bring a lot of rainfall. So just because it doesn't develop into a tropical depression does not mean it's not going to be a strong storm at all. All right. So yeah, so Jamaica really needs to be watching on this, and even the western Haitian peninsula of the Dominican Republic. Lots of heavy rain and flooding concerns there. Not surprising by that, based on our models that we have today. 180 knots is 207 miles an hour. Yeah, that is just, yeah, that's very insane. That is absolutely wicked. So yeah, Jamaica needs to be watching this, and then once this model completely renders, we will see other locations. Which, by the way, here's the Grand Cayman Island right here. Grand Cayman, wow. Look at that eyewall approaching your area. For Thursday morning on the 4th of July, you could get decimated by this. And some of the other Cayman Islands over here getting a lot of the outer bands from this. And yeah, that is her major hurricane force winds on this. Actually, that's re-intensifying. Am I seeing things right? Yep, that's re-intensifying. 953. So once it comes off of Jamaica, potentially 963, we go another step forward. 960, 957, 953. So this is intensifying on approach to the Grand Cayman Island with the hurricane wind field covering all of Grand Cayman Island. 14 minutes to the next advisory, the intermediate advisory, that is. So for the 1,300 people that are watching, if you're enjoying the live coverage on Hurricane Beryl, please hit the like button. Also hit the bell notification icon and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It really helps out a lot, folks, because, yeah, this is a very serious situation. I go to bed last night, 120 mile an hour winds. I get up this morning, it's 150. So that's 20, so 30, 40, 50. That's a 30 mile an hour wind increase in the matter of about 4 or 5 hours. What's up, Severe WX Alert? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. So we are waiting for more frames. Oh, and yeah, this is still intensifying. This is a major hurricane past Grand Cayman in 78 hours. So that's not what I like to see. That is bad news. Bad news. I live in the Cayman Islands. I really hope you are wrong. I hope so too, because the H-Wharf shows this very intense. The HMON model has it much further south and weaker. In fact, it shows it losing some latitude before it gains latitude again. But either way, this looks to remain a hurricane and up until the next landfall, which could either be Jamaica or potentially the Yucatan Peninsula. Depending on which model you look at, there could be tropical storm force winds with this, with some of that inflow channeling there on the HMON. Let's go to the halves A, and you can see there tropical storm force winds, and the halves B still tropical storm force winds over Grand Cayman and also for Jamaica. So either way, I think Jamaica is pretty much locked in at this point. You're going to see tropical like winds, more than likely that's going to happen at this point. And you're going to see a lot of heavy rainfall. So that's why there's a hurricane watch issued for that island for a reason. Jamaica looks to be a Cat 2, 3, or 4. Yes. So based on each model that you all look at, it's going to vary a whole lot. Okay. So if you look at the H-Wharf, it's going to show something different versus if you look at the HMON. Most of the guidance shows this weakening. Okay. So the H-Wharf is more likely your worst case scenario than the other models, which are your most likely scenario. That's why we have different hurricane models for different things, because they give us different solutions. But I'm telling you, this is not the first time this has shown this. Yesterday, it showed nearly the same thing, and now it's doing this again over Jamaica with a 941 millibar system approaching that area, which, by the way, that would be stronger than it is now. H-War for the past 5 years has been spot on, not going to lie. Yeah, well, let's see. It did not, well, if we look at the 0Z run, it showed it at 956 over the island. So right now it has intensified. Well, actually, yeah, this is the first run where it's at 945 millibars. Initially, and then it gets down to like 940 millibars thereafter. So let's take a look at satellite imagery on this. Let's see what it's looking like. Man, look at that eye. Look at that eye. My gosh, that's a big eye. Let me measure the eye in diameter first. See how big this thing is. Eye is about 15 miles in diameter right now. That's what it looks like, the eye right now. Very symmetrical. Look how symmetrical this cloud field is. Absolutely symmetrical. That's incredible. And you can see it. Just take a look at that eye. That's a very deep convection right now. That's very deep. Take a look at the most recent public advisory. Oh. Hasn't come out yet. It has not come out. Right now, Mark, the eye size is about 15 nautical miles, but I could check the size of the storm. I would say right now, tropical storm force winds expand about, I would say probably about 90 miles out from the center. Hurricane force winds, based on the cloud field, expands probably about 40 or 50 miles out from the center. So this is a very, very large, very intense, and it is much larger than it was before the eyewall replacement cycle. And just take a look, folks. Mesovortices, and we just got a new scan, so we can see what the system looks like. Look at the mesovortices in there, which means it's probably still intensifying. Look at that. I mean, that is insane. That's as clear of an eye you can probably get. Tropical storm Gert, tropical storm Slop Gert. This says this has to be a 155 mile an hour hurricane. I would say at least 155. At least 155. Cactus C says, could it get to category 5? It sure looks like one. I am not surprised. I am not surprised at all. How fast is it spinning in real time? Well, very fast. So someone said it's 150 miles an hour still. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We're waiting for the newest advisory on my end. Probably they just tweeted it out. Let me go look at Twitter really quick. How is this 150 miles an hour? Please tell me. Please tell me. Well, it doesn't say the intensity, but an extremely dangerous Beryl enters the southeastern Caribbean. So they did not say the intensity, so we cannot say yet if it's, because I'm not getting it. It's not official until it appears on my end, and it has not appeared yet. Give it another 5 minutes. Please give it another 5 minutes, but based on what I'm seeing, I would say about 155, at least 155. I'm capping it there. And if that's not enough, let's go to RAL, which is the real-time tropical cyclonic project. Let's go over to advanced Dover technique. Yeah, 130 knots. That's about it's about a category high in category 4. 155 miles an hour at least is what we are seeing with this. And these are the different intensity estimates. So we are seeing, we're close to a category 5. Very close. And it probably will get there tonight. Refresh. I'm refreshing, and it's not out yet. Yep, it's 150 miles an hour. It's 150. It's got to be lower than that. It's got to be lower than that. There's no way that's 150 miles. But 5 miles an hour, higher or lower, don't matter. It's a very intense hurricane. It is insane. It is insanely strong right now. It is insanely strong. So, yeah. Look at how clear that eye is, though. Look at that. Very clear eye now. That is a very clear eye. And yeah, look at all the lightning strikes, folks. Look at all the lightning strikes. These little dots. Some of them are hard to see on stream, but there is a lot of lightning going on around this storm. A lot of it. And if we go to 3D, let's go to 3D, folks, since you all like that. Look at that. Look at what it looks like. Holy cow. Yeah, look at all the lightning. You can see it going around the eye. Look at that. Look at all that lightning going on. Golly word. You can see it down here. Because this is in 3D form. Oh, I know, Sean. There is a lot of lightning in this eye right now. There's a ton of lightning. There's a lot of lightning going on. But look at the 3D on this. This thing is pretty scary. It's like, you know what, too? What really sticks out is the whirlpool effect. You guys want to know what the whirlpool effect is? That's basically when, okay, so when we play this, you'll see ripples. See the rippling? That's a whirlpool. Yeah, it looks so much like a whirlpool. What's up, Aero Force? So Aero Force, since you're a model, how strong do you think this is right now? Is it 150, 155, or 160? I know the NHC keeps it at 150 miles an hour, but what are your thoughts? I'm going with 155. I'm going with 155 miles an hour. Man, look at that. You could see the vorticity. Look at the little vorticities in that. Oh my gosh. You can just see the vorticities in there. Like, you can just see them just spinning around one another. Which, by the way, the maximum wind potential velocity on the outer lobes of those vort maxes, winds could exceed 180 miles an hour potentially, with gusts over 200. All right, you know what? Let's do a little vote. Since we have 1,600 people watching, let's see. How strong do you think Beryl is based on your estimate? Okay. So I'm going to put 155, 160, 165, and can we do more? Okay, we can only do 4, I guess. Vote away. Oh gosh, this eye is getting clearer by the minute. Wow. This is insane. That is absolutely insane. I'm actually going to make a quick Twitter post on this. Probably as defined as it gets. When will Debbie form? Probably not likely now. Because of the NHC putting and lowering their chances by a little bit. Holy smokes. This is very intense. Absolutely insane. So, yeah, I made a Twitter post on that. You guys want to... Oops, I made a typo. Whoopsie! I put it 1,055 miles an hour. There we go. That is as classic of an eye you could actually get. So as we go forward and look at our latest hurricane models on Radar Omega, let's go to the H-Wharf. Like I said, and I wanted to just see this in miles per hour, what this equates to. So as we play this through, you'll see. Yeah, look at it right here. Look at that wind max. on the WRF model. That is potentially, that's 155, cusping a Category 5 intensity. And then moving on shore. So yeah, this could still make a run for a Category 5. Most certainly. Based on what we see. And let's see, the HMON on Beryl in miles per hour shows a much weaker system. Which is interesting in a way, because it's like it's not even that strong. It's not even that weak. It's pretty intense. See if we can get any radar data. And we can't. We're not able to. Darn it. No radar data out of this. That's why I brought along our... Yep, there's another outbreak of lightning. Look how symmetrical that is. That is very, very symmetrical. That's another thing that I look for as far as, can this get stronger? And it could, because it's very symmetrical. It's breathing out in all quadrants. It's not, there's no outflow restricted to one side. And you could see that. Look at that. It's just very clear eye in there. Those islands are too small to damage it. Yeah. What's up, Butterdog? Hey, David and everyone. Hope you all are having a great day. Yes, Butterdog, we might be very close to a Category 5 hurricane. Look at that eye, Butterdog. I mean, look at that eye, and you tell me if that's a Category 5 or not. You think the west side is being restricted a little bit? Really, Chase? Why is that? I am not seeing that. I am not seeing that. Well, if you look at it on a radar perspective, so if we go to windy.com, we can see that, which, by the way, the eye temperature is about 65 to 70 degrees right now. A very warm circular eye. So it is being restricted, but also this is way outside of where the Barbados radar is. So this is kind of on the outer fringes of that. So we're not going to be able to get much radar data by this evening, because it's going to be going outside of that. This is insane. Yes. I see you. Oh my gosh, Xfinity, you're funny. Get it? I see you. So that's the eye. Now it looks small, right? But it is relatively small, but this is also further from the radar site, so we're not going to get as good of quality. But based on what I can see, I do not see an eyewall replacement cycle occurring at all. So this could end up being a Category 5. It still has a possibility, at least tonight, to do so. After that point, I think we're going to start seeing things level off with the intensity. A couple of people say it's a Category 5. Yeah, if you haven't voted yet, people, we have up to 500 votes already. Please vote. The majority of people are saying 160 miles an hour right now, 155. And I'm probably going to go with 155. I'm going to be in between. I'm going to be a little higher than the NHC, but I'm going to be actually lower than some raw estimates that probably make this 160. But it won't matter too much. 155, 160 doesn't matter too much. This is a catastrophic hurricane. By all means, this is a high-end Category 4 hurricane as we speak. And yeah, look at that eye. Look how clear that eye is right now. Oh, you know what? You're right, Chase. It's a little restricted on the western side, but not by much. Not by much at all. I am not seeing much shear at all to the west of the system. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm not seeing any shear at all. Yeah, look how clear. Sky blue. Sky blue, folks. No clouds at all in the middle of that eye right now. I mean, look at that. That little clearing. You can get an idea just how intense. When you get a sky blue eye, that means the vortex is very strong. I mean, golly word. Look at that. And if you follow the vector, watch this. I'm going to draw a little streamer line. Yeah, look how fast the winds are going. In the last 30 minutes, we have completed one revolution. So think about putting a parcel of air, it would have rotated completely around within 30 minutes. That's how strong this is. And look at these gravity waves. One other thing is all these gravity waves are emanating out from the hurricane. A whirlpool look. And when you get a whirlpool look, that's a bad signature. It's a very bad sign. Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel because we're going to keep you up to date at least until 2:30 this afternoon. We're going to be live here for another 3 hours or so, as this remains a big threat. Even so, it leaves the islands. Well, guess who's impacted next? We talked about this yesterday. Jamaica is next up potentially, and then maybe the Cayman Islands. At this rate, it looks like it is going to head right towards, if we look at the vector right now, and I'm going to bring up a vector. So I'm going to look at historical data or satellite data. Why am I doing 250 frames? Let's just do 100 because it's going to take forever to load all that information in. Cat 2 when it passes Jamaica, but it be south of Jamaica. Again, there is a possibility this hits Jamaica head on or passes just to the south. It's not going to matter a whole lot because this is going to be a very intense hurricane. Yeah, this is actually, guess what? This is actually, if we look at the latest vector, so if we put a spot on this right here, so if we put a spot there, put a spot here, and put another spot, it does look like it is actually moving in this general direction. But it will likely bend back towards the west a little bit, so it's probably going to end up doing this eventually. Or might resume that more west-northwest heading. But look how clear that eye is. I mean, look at black pixels. There is no clouds at all in that eye. Sky blue eye tells you something. It looked a lot more clouded earlier, and now it's really clear. It's very much clear. That is very scary. You can see what it did when it went over the islands, over Hillsborough. You can see that eye moving. What the heck? I don't have the latest data. Satellite went out or something. Mesoscale. There we go. So we can see that. Aero Force says it will likely become a Category 5. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The pressure in the eye right now is equal to being at 2,000 foot elevation. Good point on that. Yeah, that is incredible. That I didn't even realize that, actually. The pressure is very low. The huge high pressure steering it will have to weaken for a northerly turn. Well, that it's intensified. This insane. That's why it's gaining latitude. Once it probably levels off with intensity, it will resume on a heading of about 280, 290 degrees. At least 290-ish. What is going to make it weaken over the next 5 days? So, good question on that. What is going to make it weaken? So if we look at our H-Wharf parent run, I hope the 06Z, this is a bit delayed, but this is going to give us the most likely scenario because of what most of the models show. So this is a forecast and not the actual evolution. So please understand that, folks, okay? So what we have going on right now is, of course, if we go and look at our 500 millibar steering flow, we have this weakness in the ridge that's taking place right now. That's why this system is gaining latitude a little bit. But there's another ridge that's going to develop over the southeast that is up over here. We have that ridge, so we have the ridge strengthening. We have also another ridge over here. You can see these wind barbs. And this is going to actually allow the system to continue to steer in this general west-northwesterly direction for the extended period. As it hits the Yucatan, it might find itself in a more weakness in the ridge, and we'll see where it goes from there. But right now, when we look at the H-Wharf run, this is going to continue on that more west-northwest heading. And unfortunately, if this scenario ends up being the case, we will see what the H-Wharf and other models continue to show, but this would bring devastating impacts onto the big island here of Jamaica, including catastrophic winds, catastrophic heavy rainfall, and flooding because of this. You guys really need to take this seriously. This is no joke at all. We're looking at some very intense rainfall around this eyewall, especially the northern eyewall usually will be the more intense because of where the strongest winds are, and that's what we see here. So boy, Jamaica is could get a big demolition from this, and then eventually getting into the Cayman Islands, the Grand Cayman, in 3 days we could be looking at the eyewall approaching there at a 953 millibar system. And then we're just seeing this for the first time. This just came out. Yeah, look at this. System does re-intensify to 947, 946, and then look at what had happened. Look what ends up happening if it goes to the northern portion of the Yucatan Peninsula and doesn't stay over land very much. This eye could stay pretty much intact, and we could be looking at, folks, we could be looking at a hurricane on approach or coming off of the Yucatan. So this, I'm worried. The worst case scenario is this could remain a major hurricane at least until it hits, or actually, it could be it might weaken to a Category 2 and then might re-intensify on the other side. So the reason why that is because the shear is not projected to be as strong as what most of the models were, or some of the models were showing. So if we look at this right now, this is an accurate representation of what we're seeing. So the H-Wharf did a pretty good job at indicating this eye right now. And going forward, we can see, look at how big this storm is right here. Very big hurricane moving over the central Caribbean. Over the central Caribbean, like, I mean, look at that. Some of the shielding of that cirrus outflow, even moving over Jamaica. not over Jamaica, over Puerto Rico. That's what I was looking for. And then moving over into Jamaica. And look at this. Haiti, Haiti as well as the Haitian Peninsula. I mean, look how intense that could end up being. And then there is there is a brief hint of southwesterly shear because now the system is more lopsided. See that? You can see the difference of what shear makes. We can see not much shear here in the next 24 hours, and then the shear increases briefly, but watch what happens. The shear might relax again by Friday morning once this moves into the Yucatan, and then maybe looks like an eyewall replacement cycle here with a much larger eye, that is, once this system gets into the Gulf, or if it does at all, it could be a big, serious situation. So, the concern here is this could end up getting worse. I hate saying that, but I mean, if no eyewall replacement cycle happens by tonight, this could get close or attain Category 5 hurricane force winds. That is a concern here. And so, therefore, we're going to wait for the complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That comes out at 2 o'clock. The good news is I don't need to go to work until 3:45 my time today. So we have plenty of time to cover this for a while. And I'll probably be live again until about 2:15 or so, because then I'll have to get ready. But either way you put it, we are looking at a major hurricane right now, Category 4 force winds with 150-mile-an-hour winds from the National Hurricane Center. And again, it does not surprise me, and we'll be looking at some buoy observations here in a bit. And yeah, we're just seeing this for the first time. This is very close to a major hurricane over the Gulf of Mexico. Look at that. Over the Gulf of Mexico could be a major hurricane, and look how large that eye actually is. So that's the concern. So now, why do I think this could end up being a Category 5 hurricane very soon? Well, if we take a look at our latest Recon mission, so this is the Air Force mission. So you can kind of think about it this way. This was their first pass at 960 millibars, their second pass at 956, 950 millibars, 948 millibars, and then over here we're down to about estimated pressure based on what I'm seeing, probably down to about 943 millibars right now, based on the clearing of the eye and the intense convection surrounding the eye and lightning strikes that we're seeing. This is an estimate and is not an official pressure reading from the National Hurricane Center, so please seek official information from the NHC on that. But my estimates are 155-mile-an-hour winds and pressure down to 943 millibars. The waters are up to 87 degrees in the Gulf of Mexico. That is very warm. That is not good at all. And so the only thing that could weaken this is some shear and other conditions such as land interaction. That's really all we're seeing. The moisture is not a problem. What else? Sea surface temperature is not a problem. The upper ocean heat content is not detrimental to this system at all. And probably one of the reasons why it is as intense as it is right now. So let's actually look at the latest ship's guidance. So let's go over to there. So right now, the ship's guidance does indicate in 24 hours, shear will increase to about 15 knots. That's not very detrimental to the system at all. That's on the kind of the low to moderate side. And then look what happens. The shear actually backs off to about 10 knots in about 3.5 days. Day 4, day 5. I mean, look at even at the end of the forecast, we're looking at shear values down to as low as 5 knots. Moisture, look at the moisture, 70 to 75%. sea surface temperatures almost 30 Celsius, and the maximum potential intensity with this is going to fluctuate right around 150 knots, 160 knots. And we're close to that maximum intensity, and there is still a 13%, folks, a 13% right now for an additional 25 knot increase, but the more likely scenario is at least a 7% chance for, actually the more likely scenario is the higher chances. So we could see additional strengthening essentially in the next 25 hours. And then after that, the chances decrease over the next, beyond that period. So yeah, further strengthening with this is not out of the question. Definitely not out of the question. That's why we're here live streaming this. And yes, that eye continues to actually clear out. Look at this. Very clear looking eye right now of what we are witnessing on the live stream. Man, that is very clear. A black hole almost. All right, sorry, Catman. So, who asked me the question? Is it possible for a hurricane to reach 900 millibar low pressure intensity? It is very much possible, but not in this case, because we have very high environmental pressure, relatively high, about 1,014, 1,015 millibars surrounding the hurricane, which is why, even so it's at 940 millibars, we're seeing that gradient so tight that we could be looking at a Category 5. This is what we call a oppressive Category 5 hurricane. Oppressive meaning it is, the pressure doesn't reflect a Category 5, but because of that environmental pressure, because of that strong ridge to the north, we're seeing a lot of subsidence around this. This is one of the reasons why we are seeing a lack of convection surrounding the entire hurricane. Other than the backside, we're seeing some convection and a little bit of a banding feature on the far northwestern side, but this is lacking a lot of convection even outside of where the eyewall is. And so this is in a relatively, it's not super dry, but it could be more moist. We could have a more convectively rich hurricane here where we have a lot of convection just popping all over the hurricane surrounding the system. Because that environmental pressure is so high, the gradient is very tight here. And that eye continues to clear out on this imagery. So let's go to satellite right now. And let's infrared. Yeah, we're up to now about 70 degrees, folks. 70-degree eye temperature on the infrared. All right, like I said, we're up to 68 degrees, surrounding that with negative 100-degree cloud tops in Fahrenheit. So that means the eye has warmed up a little bit, which means it might have intensified a little further based on what we see. And you can see that there, that eye very clearly on the imagery. But as we go back and look at the H-Wharf again, for those people that are just tuning in, we have 1,700 people watching. Again, we are tracking Hurricane Beryl live on the stream. Category 4, 150 mile an hour winds on the NHC, but the unofficial wind on my end is 155 with a pressure of about 943 millibars, which is very low. And as this continues, so unfortunately, additional strengthening is possible overnight tonight. We can see that here with the pressure of about 940 millibars, 133, 135 knot winds. So again, cusping a Category 5 hurricane. And then as we go forward, probably going to reach that level by early tomorrow morning. So additional strengthening is possible or could be expected through the next 12 to 24 hours as this continues to move towards Jamaica. And then once this moves onto Jamaica, folks, okay, I want to make it clear, once this moves onto Jamaica, or if it does, again, the worst case scenario here, as I mentioned earlier, we could have catastrophic impacts, potentially catastrophic impacts. And I'm not saying that to cause fear, to cause hype, to cause a lot of issues. We have to have that best case and worst case scenario, and this is the worst case scenario on this model. And the H-Wharf has done pretty good as far as the intensity goes, as someone said in the chat. So it is not surprising I've seen this right now on the H-Wharf, given the current direction of movement that it's headed. So it's gaining latitude a little quicker than what was yesterday because it has intensified rapidly. So it's gaining latitude a little faster. And so by Wednesday early afternoon, okay, we can see hurricane force winds encompassing the eastern sides of Jamaica. The island of Jamaica here could get major hurricane force winds. And look at the coast here. You can see winds of 125 knots. That is absolutely destructive. And then this moves on shore briefly before re-emerging out. So it's going to spend probably about, I would say, 12 hours over Jamaica, bringing a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of flooding. And when we look at our total precipitable amounts here, we're in the 80 to 90% of that. So that is pretty phenomenal. And we can even briefly see here that it's a little asymmetrical. So a little bit of shear encroaching onto the system. But it is important to know, though, that the eye does get a little drier and warmer, especially right before it hits Jamaica. Look at that eye, the relative humidity in that eye, about 25%. So the air is really, really dry inside that eye, and it's really warm. And all these green colors really denote that the rainfall with this is going to, or a lot of moisture, full saturation, we can bet on. If we're able to get just one sounding, that's a very saturated atmosphere. So let's see now what the shear could look like as it approaches Jamaica here. So this would be the worst case scenario. And shear here is about 18 knots. Well, it's doing pretty good despite the 18 knot wind shear. That's actually very important to take note of. And we can see why there is going to be shear, because again, our steering flow, our deep layer steering, is roughly from this direction, and your upper level flow, okay, is weaker. So we got weaker upper level flow. So if you think about it, do your hands like this, and if you think about the upper level winds a little weaker, you can impart a little bit of westerly and southwesterly shear onto the system. And that's what shear is. It's not the strength of winds, it's a directional change with winds. And then after this, it could, the shear looks to weaken because the system is more symmetrical, which means even on all quadrants. All right, I will, Justin. Yeah, and then once this gets into the Yucatan, shear really decreases. This is potentially 3 knots of shear, maybe up to 10 knots. But dude, 10 knots is nothing. 10 knots of shear. So go to the College of Dew page. Why go to the College of Dew page when I actually have this? Oh yeah, Justin, look at the eye on this. Look at that eye. Very clear eye, by the way. So yeah, low level water vapor. Oh my gosh, yes. Thank you for doing this. Last year you were so on top of things. I appreciate you coming from a teacher. You are awesome. Keep it up. Thank you, Angelina Jennings. I do appreciate it. Eye is rapidly drying on water vapor. Oh my gosh. When Justin says that, a hurricane expert, you know it's serious. Let's see. Oh yeah, dude, that is really drying up. Oh yeah, that's gotten drier. So Justin, let me ask you this. How strong do you think this is now? Do you think it's 160, 155, or 150 still? Or 165? I want to hear your opinion. So that is a very dry eye right now. And that's why there's no clouds. Literally, there's no clouds here, Justin. There is no clouds. Yeah, dude, we have 1,700 people watching. Get everybody to come into the stream because, again, we are looking at a hurricane in real time. Every single minute, we're getting satellite images of this hurricane, folks. We're getting lots of lightning in the eye as well, in the eye wall. I guess it probably nearing Cat 5, if not there already, just based on the rate of intensification when Recon left and how intense it already was. Yeah. So, Justin, I wanted to let you know, too, based on my pressure estimates, and this is not official, based on the satellite imagery that we've collected, we're down to 943 millibars. The air pressure is 943, and the estimated wind is 155 miles an hour, based on my estimates here on satellite imagery. And look how symmetrical this is, Justin. Talk about the symmetrical hurricane. This is one for the record books. Also, Justin, are you available to chat on Discord? I think I got my audio drivers fixed. Also, I wanted to make it clear, Justin, as well. I just wanted to let you know, too, Justin, some of these mesovortices, we could have locally maximum winds of Category 5 intensity. So we have a Vortmax right here. We have a Vortmax on this side right now. Pretty cool to see this. And right on the northeastern side of that lobe of Vortmax, and on the, probably not so much on the southwestern side, but on this northeastern side, we could be seeing local winds of 155, 160 miles an hour. And look at how dry and clear that eye is. Not yet. Sorry, I've been in a few other calls. Well, I'm waiting in line. We need the expert on the live stream, you know? So now, since we could actually bring up our model, our tropical model, HWAR, let's look at the radar forecast on this. And look at the gradient on that. Very heavy rainfall. So as we go forward in time, let's play this through. We can see that pressure. Now, of course, this is more of an average pressure. It's more kind of a smoothing. So even though it says 950 millibars, it's going to be stronger than that based on tropical tidbits. And look at this. Some of the heavy rain here could be impacting the area by tomorrow night over Port-au-Prince, over the Haitian Peninsula. If you're on that, yeah, look at this. Heavy rainfall is expected. And, of course, in Jamaica, Morant Bay, by early morning hours, you can see that rain really starting to increase. And there it is, 948 millibars. And look how intense that rainfall is coming around this hurricane. So that's what we are concerned about on Jamaica. By the time we go into the next couple of days, could be devastating impacts as the backside of that rolls on through. And then eventually, this could make a run towards Cancun in the Yucatan in Mexico as a possible, certainly a hurricane, possibly a major hurricane. And then it gets into the Gulf. See her right there. Oh my goodly Lord. Lots of lightning strikes going on now. Tons of lightning strikes, Justin, if you're still watching this. Lots of lightning strikes. Wow. Even the upper level water vapor is really dry in the middle of that hurricane as well. That's incredible. Okay, NHC probably won't update without Recon upgrade, without Recon evidence of it, but it doesn't make much of a difference, guys. There's also post and analysis for upgrades down the line. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But I would like to bring you onto the call, onto the stream, Justin, for a little bit if you can, once you're available. Pressure calls for Category 5. Yeah, it's not surprising. And look at this. Look at the motion on this. Watch when this loads in. You can see the convective towers on this. Very explosive. Very explosive. By the way, if you guys are liking the stream, hit the like button, folks. Share this with their family and friends. Bring everybody into the stream. This is like a news story right now. Live news coverage on Hurricane Beryl as we speak. Yeah, you can even see the cirrus clouds rotating all the way around this. Man, that is insane. Very insane. Let's take a look here at the infrared, because we do have a lot of lightning going on with this. And you'll see that little sparks, or little dots. And you can see that. Look at all the lightning going on. I know it's hard to see, but look at that. Look at all the lightning going on. Look at that. Let me see if we're able to bring up weather nerds, because I want to see how many lightning strikes are actually happening in that hurricane. Yikes. We're up to 100 lightning strikes right now in that hurricane. Yeah, and we're getting peaks of 130 lightning strikes per 15 minutes. So that is what we're seeing. So tons of lightning in that. So you can see though, look at that eye. Man, that is freaking crazy. And this is the 3D look. Look at the 3D, folks. Watch down here too. You can see all the lightning strikes. Again, this is 3D, so this is basically looking at what's going on around here. And look at all those strikes. Wow. Yeah, Justin, look at this. The IR intensity is even decreasing a little bit. It's still warming. This eye is still warming. Yeah, it is definitely warming up. No doubt. Look at it. It's like a tornado, you guys. Look at it. Doesn't it look like a tornado on the 3D? That's the cool thing about the IR in three-dimensional. You can actually see some pretty good detail. Beryl will be retired from the list. No doubt about that. At this point, yes, it will be. Aero Force estimates that the pressure is actually going up a little bit at 946. So what's your estimated pressure on this Aero Force? I want to hear your estimated pressure. So again, anybody that's tuning in, this is a live look at Hurricane Beryl as it barrels into the southeastern Caribbean, or eastern Caribbean, that is, or actually southeast-ish, as a major hurricane. This is no joke at all. Justin, this is going to head right towards Jamaica. Look at the heading that it's taking. Mine is 942 millibars. The Reaper is saying, I think 943. That's what I estimate. You say 939 millibars? Okay, no, I was looking at a model that showed it was getting weaker. Oh, okay. Look at the cloud tops on infrared. All right, let's use this. Yeah, look how symmetrical that is. That is so freaking symmetrical. Very symmetrical when you look at it on an infrared perspective. Infrared, not visible, infrared. So if I was to guess one of the models is indicating a Louisiana landfall, well, I'm dead. Don't worry, it's too far out, Johnny. Too far out. Oh, it's not 924 millibars, Johnny. Starting to fully wrap around. Yeah. They're trying to. It doesn't matter. They're very symmetrical on all ends. But when we look at the visible satellite imagery, the visible satellite imagery gives us a look at if it's asymmetrical or not. And right now it is, on a visible satellite perspective, it is a little asymmetrical, a little bit, but on a infrared perspective, it is not. And that eye, look at this. I mean, that eye has gotten even more clear right now. Even more clear than it did just an hour ago. Do you guys know when the next Recon mission is going to get out into this? Does anyone know at all in chat? Because I cannot wait any longer. I want to get the data. I need the data, please. I think this is today, Air Force mission. 15 hours, I hope not. That's a long time. Oh, 3 hours. So another NOAA mission will take off in 3 hours. So that will be about when I have to head off. But I will be doing a lot of Twitter posting on this. Oh my gosh. This is from James. Look at this. Look at this damage from the hurricane. It looks like this is on Carriacou from Hurricane Beryl. Notice the tree damage in the background. Yeah, a lot of trees debarked. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of damage on that island. Look at the surf on this. Again, big credit goes to Extreme Storm on that posted that. Wow. Big time. And here's other Twitter posts on the same thing. So yeah, we are definitely seeing a lot of damage coming in off that island, unfortunately. Dave, I saw a tree fall in it. Oh my goodness. Eric Webb just posted on Twitter. And what did he say? Let's go to Eric Webb really quickly. We're doing some Twitter feed as well. Eric Webb. Hurricane Beryl has likely continued to intensify since this morning's recon flight into the storm. The increasingly very axis-symmetric appearance. Again, what he's talking about is how symmetrical this storm is. It's not lopsided. It is as circular as a saw. You know when you use a saw to cut wood? Pretty circular. A buzzsaw look. Appearance of Beryl's eye on visible satellite with one or more mesovort mergers likely occurring over the past few hours often leads to rapid deepening of a hurricane, coupled with persistent and prolific eyewall lightning. Certainly suggests that Beryl has become a Category 5 hurricane. So, because of this, my intensity estimate has now been raised based on the current imagery that we're looking at and based on the data. And the estimated pressure is now 936 millibars, 936 millibars with 160 mile an hour winds on this. Not official from the NHC, folks. Not official from the NHC. I want to be clear on that. We're not seeing that officially from the NHC. But based on Justin, I'm going to read out the data. So my estimated air pressure, based on the satellite data that we've collected and based on Eric Webb's post on Twitter, cloud tops on IR are roughly about negative 75 to negative 80 Celsius, surrounding at least half of the eye wall. We're seeing numerous copious amounts of lightning, greater than 130 strikes per 15 minutes on the GSM estimates. We're also seeing a couple of vortexes that are merging in. So we're seeing a potential maximum intensity winds in the eye wall of around 160. And based on all of this, the air pressure is about 936 millibars. 936 millibars on this hurricane. So this is the estimated air pressure. It is not official. Please do not freak out, folks. It is not official from the NHC. This is satellite estimates, IR estimates, lightning estimates based on this. What's the lowest air pressure ever recorded? It was like 980 80 something millibars, 978. Oh my gosh, my radar omega crashed on me. So there we go. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this vortex right here. Here's a mesovortice. Looks like here's another mesovortice. We have 3 vortices in the system right now. 3 vortices. And Justin, can I ask you something? Thank you, Audrey. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you really like the... Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the wallpaper. Yeah, that's one of the supercells. Justin, so what does that mean if we actually see mesovortexes? I think it's a sign that it's strengthening further, Justin, if I'm correct, right? Because that means the winds are speeding up with time. So you're getting these vortexes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. If I'm right, that's a bad thing. Because that means it's intensifying. So, because I'm seeing 2 to 3 mesovortices in the eye itself. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to look at this. I'm going to make sure I'm seeing things right. Yeah, that is 3 vortices. Look at this. Wow. Yeah, there's a vortice here, there's a vortice here, and there's a vortice right in here. 3 of them. Yeah, oh my gosh, Justin, I do agree. So yeah, we have a vortice. Again, for those that are watching, we have 3 little vortices in this right now. And that eye, Justin, is clear as day. I mean, if I zoom way out, can anybody spot the eye on on radar omega? Can anybody see the eye? I can see it. If I can see it, that's a big, big concern. Because that means the eye is so clear, it's like a dot. It's literally a little dot on the imagery. I mean, you could literally see it. I mean, that's clear as day. I see, yeah, the black dot is actually the hurricane that you're witnessing. Oh, also, Justin, since you're watching this, we have a stadium effect. Just to be aware of that, that's a stadium effect on this hurricane. So, that's a bad sign if it's a stadium. And you look at this. Man, what an intense hurricane. So for those people that are just tuning in, welcome aboard. This hurricane continues to intensify. That thing oddly needed an eyewall replacement cycle in order to do this. Its super tight core was getting disrupted so frequently by dry air and would have probably been getting torn apart by shear right now. Well, Justin, there's no shear though. There's no shear on this. And I can show you proof of that. There's literally no shear on the SS or CIMSS. So if we go to the, let's go to our satellite. Where is it at? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Which, by the way, look at that eye. Just take a look at that. Very clear on the infrared. So when we take a look at the shear is about 5 knots. There's no shear at all. And specifically, it's only 4.9 knots. So there is no shear at all. Virtually nothing. And that's a concern. So the green areas on this, folks, indicate that it's favorable. So the green contours favorable, upper level winds, yellows are neutral, and reds are unfavorable. So it's right there. Actually, yeah, it's right exactly there. And it's, yeah. This, hey, Justin, I'm looking at it from a website. Okay, this is official data. This is the latest shear estimates. And if we go to here, this little tab, let me actually make a little box so you all can see. I go to shear, right? And it says it all right here. CIMSS vertical shear magnitude. Only 4.9 knots from a northwesterly direction, or west-northwesterly direction. So there's no shear. There is no shear. See what ADT is saying. The T numbers have not updated yet, so we'll wait for those to come in. Look at that center temperature. Very cold cloud tops surrounding that. Well, you know what the problem is, Justin? I'm sure you're listening very carefully. The problem here is how do you like it if the hurricane is so strong and it deflects the shear away? Oh my gosh, Justin, look at the low level cloud pattern. We have a super eye inside that storm. Look at this. We have an actual mini eye type formation taking place. Look at that very closely. Look at that. You could see the exact center. You could see the exact center where it's at. Not really, no, it's a low-level eye, but you can see it right here. So you can definitely see some mesovortices going on around the eye. So let's kind of take some analysis. Here's a vortice here. Here's another vortice. Here's another vortice. And right in here is where we are seeing low-level stratiform eyewall. Not very strong at all. That's not the eyewall. The eyewall is actually out here, the main eyewall. But these details that we're looking at inside give us an idea what the storm is doing. Justin, if this is a category 5, I don't think 15 knots of shear is going to do much. I'm not trying to give out the worst case scenario, but a system that is this strong, I mean, 15 knots of shear on this system is very light. That's deemed favorable. It's in the green contours. So that's a whirlpool. I mean, as clearly of a whirlpool as you can get. Man, you could really see it now. Why this early? Because of global warming? Well, I'm not going to say that for sure, but it's because of the upper ocean heat content is so ridiculously high in this area, which, by the way, Justin, for reference, the upper ocean, this hurricane is passing over a patch or over a path of exceptionally high upper ocean heat content right now. Really high upper ocean heat content. eyewall tornado. Man, that thing is intense. That is insane. I cannot even begin to think. Which, by the way, I wanted to let you all know, this is a stadium eye. A stadium. If you think of a football stadium, it goes out, right? You got your nosebleeds, you know. This is one of those storms that has that. And because of this, I am trusting the H-Warp at this point. The H-Warp might be seeing this a little bit more than other models. And look at this, 943, and perhaps even the halves B run, showing the system potentially stronger, which isn't surprising either. And this could max out tonight to about 930 millibars, 935 millibars with 150 knot winds, of course. And I mean, this could be a devastating hurricane when it approaches Jamaica. We're really going to have to wait and see if that actually comes to pass, because if it does, it's going to end very badly for a lot of our friends living on Jamaica. Halves B has also been pretty accurate so far. Yeah, that's what I was just showing, the halves B run. Showing that intensity. And that's down to 936, 934 millibars. That brings it down to 934 millibars in the next 18 to 24 hours. Man, this is wow, that is some serious wording, Justin. You want to hear this, folks? It's June, and we already have, in my opinion, a stronger and better looking hurricane than anything last year. So, yeah, that's, and Justin says, well, July, wow, laughing out loud. Are you able to come onto the stream for a little bit, Justin, please? Let's track this together for at least 10 or 15 minutes with you on. And talk to, and you know, I want to hear your analysis via voice call. Yeah, the eye is pretty intense right now. I like that analogy. Paul Beechier says, warm water equals a fuel gas tank is full. Yes. David, how bad is a Cat 5 in March? Well, there's never been a Cat 5 in March, so that's really hard to say. According to Doverac, Beryl is a 938 millibar system. Yeah, but that could be, that doesn't update every 5 minutes, so it's probably 936 millibars. We literally have 4 mesovortices in this. We have 4 mesovortices in this, potentially. So at what category will it impact Jamaica? So right now, at this point, we yet have to see on if Jamaica is going to get a direct landfall with this. But we're looking at about potentially, if the H-Wharf comes to pass with this, this could end up being a Category 1, not Category 1, a major hurricane with Category 3 or 4 force winds. And you can see the rainfall that is forecasted for the system is just insane. What's up, John 542E? Welcome, buddy. So yeah, people on Jamaica definitely need to keep an eye on this. This is some moderate to heavy rainfall that is forecasted for Jamaica by Wednesday early afternoon, with pressures down to 939 to 941 millibars. That's incredibly low for this time of the year for this area of the Caribbean, especially for Jamaica that may get a landfall on this. And look at that heavy rainfall. Look at that heavy rainfall moving over that island. Let's just say right now, current trends aren't looking good for Jamaica. No, they're not. So out of the, okay, so I'm going to end the poll since we have 1,600 votes. If you haven't voted already, you have 5 minutes to vote on how strong do you think this is right now. I'm going 160, at least 160 miles an hour in accordance to Eric Webb's post on Twitter. Absolutely insane. And also continue to hit the like button. We have 1,400 people watching. Let's get this string to 1,000 likes, folks, like we did last night. Hit the like button, share, like, and also subscribe to the channel. You guys are awesome because you guys are awesome. So we're at 941 millibar system in the forecast, but in the short term, this could get down there to the mid 930s, low 930 millibar range, which is incredibly strong for this hurricane. And if the worst case based on intensity comes to fruition, that would be on the HAFS B run, showing a potential Category 5 hurricane. A potential Category 5 hurricane. ADT currently has this at 150 miles an hour, yes. David, it looks like a Cat 5 now. Oh, easily, it's a Category 5. That is, yeah, that's a very clear eye now. Very clear eye. If it starts going towards Jamaica, would that put parts of Cuba in the path? One more of mild Gulf break states. So right now, based on the models, I do not think this is going to hit. Well, if it continues on this heading, it could hit southern Cuba, but I'm not going to predict that right now. I don't think it's going to, based on this general heading. Tropical storm force winds could impact the island of Youth and also western Cuba before the eye makes its way onshore over the Yucatan in the next 4 days or so. How would I react if there's a Category 5 in March? Probably not any different than I am now. It's not going to happen. It's not possible. Puerto Rico, tropical storm warning right now. No, not on Puerto Rico. And here's a look at the latest NHC update as of the 2 o'clock hour. Once again, hurricane warnings have been dropped for Trinidad and Tobago, and including for Trinidad. Yeah, I just said that. No warnings there. Still a hurricane warning for these windward islands as the backside of the hurricane moves on through, okay? And then, of course, tropical storm warnings will be dropped probably this evening over the rest of the central windward islands. But you do have a tropical storm hurricane watch issued for Jamaica. That means there's a possibility of hurricane-like conditions over Jamaica by Wednesday morning into Wednesday night. Okay, I want to make that clear. All right. And then across southern Cuba, there is a tropical storm watch at the moment. Okay, that's according to the National Hurricane Center. And there is a 80 to 90% chance of tropical storm-like conditions on Jamaica by Wednesday morning, with the rainfall amounts looking like this. Quite the insane amounts of rain expected. It is a Category 5 pretty much. Yeah, everyone's beginning to agree with this on the YouTube channel. Very symmetrical now on visible satellite imagery. Yeah, this is actually, you know what? It might be a little asymmetrical, but look at it's fatter on the western side, which means it's deflecting the wind shear. It's trying to deflect some of the wind shear away. Man, that's a very warm eye, though. Yeah, 70 degrees, 70-degree temperatures inside that eye right now. Man. So, yeah, that's very intense. The eye is very menacing, yes. I do agree, Butterdog. Definitely an intense eye, though. Wow. On that visible. Look at this. That's incredible. Lot of... Looks like it's getting a little more clouded in. Which means it might have... It's probably not intensifying as quickly as it was. But still, it's definitely a category... It's more than likely a Category 5 at this point. It is very interesting to see these upper-level cirrus radiating outward like this. Whirlpool effect. Definitely a whirlpool. The wind shear is doing nothing to it. Exactly. At this point, it's not doing anything to the hurricane as we speak. Man, this is very intense, though. They are protecting the eye, Andrew is saying. Well, I think the hurricane is just so strong that it is being resistant. I mean, it's moving the shear away. That's what we're seeing. Now, this is definitely a Category 5. 160 mile an hour winds is what I'm guessing. It is not surprising. Let me see the lightning. Let's see how that's looking, the lightning activity. Oh, yeah, still a ton of lightning going on in that eye right now. Still a ton of lightning. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning still going on. So this could be intensifying still based on the lightning activity. Is this considered a small eye? 15 miles in diameter. So it's not really that. So it's about, I would say it's about 15 miles in diameter. Roughly about 15 miles in diameter based on satellite estimates. 14 to 15 miles wide. So it's still, it's average-ish. A little small, but pretty average. Pretty average. What's up, Mark? The images coming out of that island are not really good. Lots of trees are like, they're like twigs. Hail, it's about 14 to 16 miles in diameter roughly right now, based on my estimates from satellite. And the IR satellite imagery right now still reveals that the eye is very symmetrical right now. And we can see that still indicated here on the infrared, really symmetrical. You can really see where the hurricane force winds are. Certainly a big system. It is a Category 5 in my opinion at this point. How often do you see Recon flights? I see them all the time because they give us very important data. And you can see here, see these little flashes going on in the eye? Those are lightning strikes. Those are lightning strikes. I think the models underestimated how long the ERC would take. 120 mile an hour winds, and the long-term models were based off of that, so expect an increase down the line in the Caribbean Sea. Raging weather, it's been a while. It's been a while since you've last been here on the channel. Welcome. It's an honor that you're here. When I think of Trinidad and Tobago, I always think, I know someone lives on that island. I forgot who it was, but now I think it's raging weather. A lot of rain here in Trinidad. Yep, you're getting the southern side. That's what you're getting right now. You're getting the back side of this hurricane. Which is right over here. So yeah, you're getting the back side of it as we speak. And that's what we were forecasting Busy these times. Exactly. I know, Raging Weather. Definitely getting a lot. Definitely seeing a lot in the tropics these days. But our eye temperature is about 70 degrees, so it is very warm. That eye temperature is quite warm right now. If we look at our H-Wharf model again, just how intense this could actually end up getting. Here's a look at the next 12 to 18 hours. We can see that the system will likely continue to deepen a little bit more. And then if we go forward in time, we can see 942 millibars before landfall in Jamaica. Are lightning strikes bad? Oh, definitely. They're bad because that means a hurricane the convection is so intense that you're getting discharges in those clouds because you got ice crystals and there's a lot of discharging, which means, again, that convection's deep, and that means this could strengthen further. What's up, Leon Smith? How are you? Yes, lightning strikes indicates rapidly intensifying or very intense convection within that. Second model is finished. What second model? Oh yeah, you direct messaged me. Let me see. Let me see what your prediction is, buddy. Oh, there's no air pressure on this. Oh, this has it missing Jamaica. This actually has it missing Jamaica on the Aero Force model. So there seems to be that consistency, and now this is not an actual official model. It's my friend makes it. He does a lot of coding, so he tweaks the atmosphere in some sense. So he even shows it missing Jamaica, which explains why the NHC is south of Jamaica with its center, where the center passes. Has El Nino caused this? No, Joy. We're not in an El Nino anymore. We're in a La Nina. Oh, that's unfortunate, Johnny. That's really unfortunate. Strongest hurricane ever on record in the month of June. Exactly. It's definitely there. It's definitely one of the strongest, or it's the strongest hurricane ever in June. Any updates on Grenada? So the system is now past Grenada. So you're getting, the conditions are going to be improving there over the next several hours. The winds will gradually subside as the hurricane moves further away, but you will still get some gusty trade winds from time to time as you get some of that inflow into the hurricane, the backside. And then once this gets into Jamaica, folks, that's where we are talking about some insane rainfall totals and some very heavy rainfall amounts or rainfall intensity as well. What's up, Mr. Cruz? 85. So will it stay busy for July? Probably the second half of July will be quite busy. I think you and I both know it's not missing Jamaica. Well, in my opinion, it's going to be a double-edged sword. It really is. We'll have to just wait and see on if this heading continues. If it turns a little west a little sooner, then it could miss Jamaica. So, latest updates on St. Lucia. So, St. Lucia is up over here. You're still getting a lot of heavy rainfall. If we go to Doppler radar and see that, let's go to windy.com and go to our radar. We haven't shown you all radar in a while. Yeah, there's a lot of rainfall coming down in St. Lucia right now. And look at this. Winds are sustained at 45, gusting probably up and over 75 miles an hour. So yeah, still getting some high winds there. And look at some of these bands. Getting some of these intense rain bands. Rainfall rates actually 3 inches an hour. So St. Joseph getting some heavy rainfall from the southeasterly direction. Gusts probably over 40 to 50 miles an hour. We got a lot of showers going on over Guadeloupe as well as Portsmouth. This is for Dominica. So yeah, you're not getting the intense winds, but you're getting some intense rainfall storms from the outer bands of this. And then here's the backside of the hurricane right here. And you can see there's the eye. Now the eye looks pretty and not very organized. That's because it's really far from the radar site, but I can guarantee you right now, this is a very intense eye wall that is still occurring with no signs of any eye wall replacement cycle at the moment. So that's what we're seeing right now, and we do have radar for Jamaica, which is nice, and all you're seeing right now is some pop-up storms. That's really all you're seeing. But there is the hurricane, and it is intense. It is strong. Yeah, this high-resolution model did pretty good at showing the current intensity. Well, actually, it's a little underestimating it now all of a sudden. But that's what it looks like. The eye temperature is pretty much stable right now. It's about 65 to 70 degrees. And there is the eye. And there is the eye wall. Very intense rainfall. And keep in mind that it looks a little asymmetrical. That's because, again, this side of the hurricane is closer to radar, and this other side of the hurricane is away from the radar. So it looks like it's more asymmetrical, but I can tell you it looks pretty symmetrical on satellite, and that's reflected with the radar. Oh, they're gonna they're gonna fly a plane into the hurricane this afternoon. They're actually going to be taking off here. They're gonna be taking off in about 2 hours. Yeah, so they have one more flight, and that takes off in 2 hours and 56 minutes from now, according to the website here. So it's gonna be a while. So 12 hours and 56 minutes from now. The entry time is going to be 09Z, and fixed time. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, this is the one. So the entry time is 23 Zulu, and the fixed time will be, they're going to be in there for about 6 hours. They're going to be in there for about 6 hours, and the exit time will be 5:30 Z, and it's going to be a tail Doppler radar mission. So that's what we have going on in terms of recon aircraft. So we don't have any planes in there right now, but we will have planes in there in the next 3 hours or so. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for subscribing, folks. I do appreciate it. man, it's already 94 outside. We're on our way of hitting 100. I'll tell you that right now. We're on our way of hitting 100 degrees today. And that's the latest on the infrared. Here's a look at the visible. And yeah, look at that. Definitely. Yeah, look at this. Intense convection popping off here now on the southwestern side. Let's show this man some support. Yes, I do agree. If you guys are new, welcome to the stream. It is your tropical weather expert, David Schlotthauer here. And we are tracking Hurricane Beryl here for the next 2 hours. Probably the next 2 hours we'll be here live on this, as this is a big hurricane. And this Beryl is pretty intense, pretty insane right now. And we have a new burst of deeper convection that is occurring on this side of the storm. So very symmetrical, very symmetrical. And by the way, Chase, it's even symmetrical on visible now. It's not asymmetrical. There's no asymmetry to the system. By the way, we're up to 700 likes, 300 more likes, folks. We will be at 1,000. So thank you all for hitting the like button like it's no tomorrow. Thumbs up, 7 up. Yeah, it's pretty much like a donut, which really matches well with the hurricane models, especially the H-Wharf. Actually, can't get any better than this. It's as symmetrical as it can get. Literally, very symmetrical system. And as we go forward, this could get bigger by tomorrow morning. So there is no light at the end of the tunnel based on our current information that we have. This could weaken some before it hits Jamaica, but how much weakening that is, that's to be announced. But regardless, it will be a hurricane once it gets just to the south of Jamaica or hits Jamaica directly. Yeah, another person agrees with that. My gateway says that H-Wharf is often spot on with intensity. Yeah, so it's not surprising that we're seeing that. And when we go forward, we can see that it does try to keep that eye. But really what sticks out is the next 24 hours. That's a big, big CDO, convective or central dense overcast. And when we look at hurricane force winds, they do expand out. Let me see if the H-Wharf parent is out, and it is. So this is the latest H-Wharf model, and as we can see here, the shear, okay, this is the latest shear estimate. There is no shear over here, so that's what we sampled. And look what happens. Yeah, look at this. Look at that outflow. Look at it's deflecting the shear away. It's deflecting. Look at that. There is a deflection of shear on this model. That is troubling. You could see it right here, how the shear vectors. So right now, it's not really deflecting shear. But by tonight, watch this. Watch the vectors, that outflow really expand. So it's very even hard to say if the shear will even prevent, will start even weakening this system. So there is some outflow on this. Shear very light. Very light. And then once it gets near Jamaica, the shear is even lighter. You can see that the shear vector is doing this roughly. And then going forward, then the shear might increase briefly, only to weaken even further once we get into the Gulf. Look at that. Very favorable conditions without anticyclonic shear vectors. How does this look? What does this look like on the upper level wind plot? Well, let's take a look at that. So if we go forward in time, we can definitely see that the easterly flow here, and then we have still that outflow taking place in about 27 hours. So this is where we are at now, pretty much, right? This is where we will end up being by tomorrow afternoon. And you can see pretty conducive. And then it gets a little more restricted, and then it tries to expand that outflow again a little bit. Wow, we're almost up to 2,000 votes. Wow, thank you guys. I do appreciate that. 37% of you say 150 mile an hour wind still. I'm a bit surprised by that. So, yeah, and then once this gets closer to Texas, we will have to wait and see. Because this would be a very conducive environment here with this anticyclonic flow over the system. And that's why you get a system that looks more like that. Really not a lot of shear. Only brief amounts of shear might briefly disrupt the circulation. Now, it is also important to know that look at in a hurricane this intense, it's really not going to knock down those sea surface temperatures much. It really isn't. Water temperatures might actually get a little warmer, near 30 Celsius in Jamaica. That's pretty alarming. And when we look at the low-level wind pattern plot, we could actually see that wind field. So a long-tracked hurricane. If Beryl hits Jamaica, we'll get stoned. Yes. Unfortunately, yes. If it hits Jamaica as what the H-Wharf has it, that's a very bad sign. That's a very bad sign. Now we have about 70-degree cloud top, or the eye temperature, with surrounding negative 100-degree Fahrenheit temperature. So this is still a very intense hurricane. It is not weakening. I'm not seeing anything like that. And it's very symmetrical. And look at that eye. So insane. I'm going to say 155 miles an hour. Caleb, NZ, insane. I would say probably about 160. I would say about 160 is what I'm going with my intensity forecast. For more on that, let's go and look at the ADT, the intensity estimates. Let's go to you see, this has not updated. It's been a while since this has last updated. I feel like, so it's definitely intense though. It's very intense. And yeah, this has got to be a Category 5. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. I'm going to see if there's more Twitter posts on this while we are looking at this hurricane, because yeah, everyone's posting a lot about this, and they're saying this is definitely possibly a Category 5. No doubt. No doubt at all. And there is the last bit of images before it gets dark on this hurricane, or on this imagery. Oh, I know, Justin. I know. But how are you all enjoying the stream? Let me know by hitting the like button. We're almost there to 1,000 likes. Almost to 1,000 likes. H-Warp is most consistent. Yeah, there's been a few people saying that the H-Warp has done a pretty good job, which, if that comes true, I'm telling you, it's not going to end well to Jamaica. It is not going to end well. This could be a devastating, or could or will be a devastating event for Jamaica. I mean, come on, that's a major hurricane hitting Jamaica right there. David, check Euro now. Check the European model. You yelled at me about that, so that must mean it's a little serious. Must be a little serious if a little bit of a hint of a yell there. Okay, I did not get the 12Z run in, but I will look at Weather Bell, and I will look at the Euro. Because if you're getting my attention on that, then that must be a bad sign. That must be a scary, eerie sign that is waiting to happen. So let's go to the Caribbean and let's go to the wind. So, yeah, that's hitting Jamaica. So it's not just one model now. And the Euro has this at a Category 2 hurricane once it approaches that, and then it will move off towards the west. So actually that's going to hit Jamaica according to the Euro. Let's see what the Canadian shows. Ooh, the Canadian boy gets very close with that center. Definitely hurricane force winds on that. Let's see what the GFS shows. Gotta understand, folks, these are not hurricane models, so they do not show the intensity very well. I'll tell you, we're more than 109 miles an hour with the winds. And this also clips Jamaica. Wow, that is really close with hurricane force winds. Then the Cayman Islands with 60 miles an hour winds. So, yeah, Jamaica, they're probably a little doomed. And then let's look at the icon. Yes, still south of Jamaica on that run. It's still a hurricane, even when it approaches southern Texas, potentially. So, yeah, they're increasing confidence that a hurricane could impact Jamaica head on. Yay! We actually got our halves A and halves B and our H wharf in miles per hour. Okay, we got miles per hour. So this is what it's looking like this afternoon. Possibly, like I said, it's over 155 miles an hour in the next 24 hours. And then look at this. Might breach 155. It's not done yet. 140. So this could hit. This could actually hit Jamaica with 130 to 140 mile an hour winds. That is pretty phenomenal. And you can definitely see that hurricane wind field moving over land. And then it tries to intensify. Look at the Cayman Islands there. Could get 70 to 90 to even 100 mile an hour winds. And then, of course, you can see that making another landfall. By the way, this would be a major hurricane up until landfall, and then could re-intensify on the other side. But that's only one model. Let's take a look at the halves B run. So this is a look at the halves B, and this afternoon, 166 miles an hour. 166 it is predicting. And how do I know that? Is if we go and take a look at the max down here, it says 166.1 miles per hour. That's giving us an idea that it's looking pretty, it's looking like a monster. And look at this, 175 by overnight tonight. And then maybe once again, 172.4 miles an hour by early tomorrow morning. And then as it passes just to the south of Jamaica, you're going to get really strong tropical storm force winds. And then look at near the Cayman Islands, you can get tropical storm force winds too. And then that makes its way over the Bay of Campeche. Well, look at this. Are you guys ready to see these wind gusts? Say yes in the chat if you're ready to see some wind gusts. And hit the like button if you're ready to see some wind gusts as well. So I'm about to show you some very intense wind gusts that I have not seen in a while. All right, here we go. Look at these wind gusts. Look at that. 202 mile an hour wind gusts on the halves B run. On the halves B run. I don't think that's going to happen, but wow. Oh my gosh. If there was an island in the way of that, rest in peace is all I got to say. But it doesn't end there. Watch this. Let's go forward. Possibly peaking again at 193 miles an hour. Close to 200. And then once this gets to the south of Jamaica, you could get wind gusts between 80 to 100 miles an hour potentially. Before this makes landfall in the Yucatan. But boy, especially through tomorrow morning, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's pretty bad. Let's look at the halves A model now. So the halves A has similar wind gusts. Look at this, 197 miles an hour. And then those wind gusts really weaken by tomorrow by Wednesday afternoon. But wow, man. Really until the next 24 hours is going to be absolutely significant for this hurricane. How does it look for Belize? So if we look at the H wharf, which again is our more better run. So if we look at the H wharf, and let's go to synoptic. So I'm looking at the zoomed out view, and Belize is down here. So Belize is going to likely just get a little bit of wind. Let's look at the precipitation. Oh, you don't get precipitation. You don't get the actual radar. But yeah, some of these islands, by the way, Jamaica could get 16 inches of rainfall out of this, according to the plot. 16 inches according to the H wharf rainfall forecast. Halves A, similar. Let's see the HMON. Yep, HMON doesn't have it. But here's a look at the HMON with winds. I did show you this, again, in that range of a major hurricane up until it reaches Jamaica, potentially, we're looking at. Wow. That's all I gotta say. It's pretty, yeah. And look at the rainfall on this. I mean, you can see the eye hitting Jamaica there, and then coming off of Jamaica later on. So yeah, I've got some unfortunate news. Jamaica, along to go with the European model, the H-Wharf, the GFS. Are you guys ready to hear this? I am now predicting a landfall in the southernmost tip of Jamaica. The southernmost tip of Jamaica, probably by Wednesday, early to mid-afternoon, is what I am predicting for a landfall for Jamaica. In the southern tip here, is where I'm forecasting this. Do you see the new band forming on the east side? Right now, are you talking about now on the hurricane? It's not going to hit Florida, folks. It's not going to hit Florida. There's no chance of it hitting Florida right now. There's a lot of lightning going on, though, in that storm. Still a lot of lightning. And I think that eye has warmed up even further. Yeah, it's about mid-60s still as of right now. So, yeah. So, it's just a band of heavy rainfall. There could also be water spouts. Keep that in mind. Water spouts and tornadoes on Jamaica. It's not just a hurricane concern, it's a flood concern and a water spout concern. Yeah, David, what are the wave heights right now? Well, Chase, based on the movement of the storm on the northern side especially, wave heights are probably exceeding 40 feet right now. 40-foot wave heights. "40-foot wave heights. 1 hour to the next advisory." Yup. 1 more hour until the next advisory, folks. 1 more hour. All right, let's go to our wave forecast. Because I want to look at the Caribbean on this. Yeah, maximum individual waves over 75 feet tall. With the wave heights approaching western Jamaica at around 30 to 35 feet tall, with the maximum individual wave height of potentially 70 feet. Yes, I did, Justin, you're back. Justin, let's VC for a bit, please. And let's talk about this hurricane with all of our viewers. How strong can storm surge affect Jamaica? Definitely looking at a bit of storm surge, potentially 5 to 10 feet of storm surge, because storm surge, depending on the way the coves are oriented, if you have a cove that is facing towards where the wind is coming from, you could have storm surge even 15 feet with this. How's it looking for Texas? Still out of the woods? I would say you're not out of the woods right now at the moment. No. You still have the potential of this could still turn towards that area. You can call now? Yes. All right. Let's see. I want to give the audio another test to make sure that we got the sound drivers fixed, so it should work. But if not, straight to the iPad. Hey, Justin. Dude, this hurricane is in a different world. Yeah, so what are your thoughts about that? I've not seen many vortices within the eye. Maybe it's because the way I'm viewing this is a little different because the sun angle is decreasing. So what are your thoughts? Is this still intensifying, or are we now reaching that peak intensity?
As over it's in the eye, as I did see. I think it's mainly just because the sun's coming down. It's kind of harder to see that. But yeah, they can't hear me.
Oh, now they can. Sorry. I forgot. The desktop audio was off. Now you can talk. Now they could. Yep, everyone could hear you now, Justin.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think that there's just as many mesovorts in the eye as there was. I think mainly just because the sun is coming down. That's the reason you can't see them. The main thing that I'm noting though is the increasing symmetry in the storm. It is just incredibly symmetrical, and it's becoming only more symmetrical right now. Its CDO is continuing to cool, which is an obvious indication of a strengthening storm. And as it heads into Dmax, the most favorable period for intensification, it's probably only going to continue to intensify until something disrupts it.
Oh my gosh. This is not even D-Max and this thing is intense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot. By the way, everybody that is new to the stream, this is Justin, our hurricane tropical weather expert. That's why we have him on the stream. I only imagine on like what Recon is gonna find into this. I cannot even imagine.
I think, well, Recon's not coming for another, 3 hours until it takes off. So a lot can happen in 3 hours. As we saw yesterday, the storm fell apart in 3 hours. As it went into an eyewall replacement cycle. So I mean, a lot can happen in 3 hours. By the time Recon gets there, I don't know if it's going to be this strength. But based on trends, there's no reason for it not to be.
Actually, they're taking off in about 2 hours. Actually, why is my satellite not working? Did this just crash again?
Yeah, if everybody can hear me, I can explain what Dmax is. I see a lot of people asking about Dmax in the chat.
Thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna.
Are y'all able to hear me?
We got 2,500 votes on our poll, and 37% of those say it's a 150 mile an hour hurricane still.
Yeah. So
but it's stronger than that though.
For those asking about what Dmax is, Dmax stands for diurnal maximum. Alice Chan, you got that correct. Basically, what that means is it's just the most favored period during the 24-hour period in which cold cloud tops can actually rise and intensification can occur. Diurnal minimum occurs during the day, unlike tornadoes where you actually want like the sun and you want that warm conditions. During the night when it's cooler up in the tops of the atmosphere, that's actually a more favorable time for intensification in hurricanes.
Correct.
That's what Dmax is.
Good job explaining that. Also, Justin, the half speed, dude, those wind gusts, and I showed the viewers this, and they all said, wow, wow, wow. This thing could have peak wind gusts exceeding 200 miles an hour overnight tonight.
I mean, Cat 5s can get that high, I guess.
That's what the halves B is showing. The H4 is showing gusts over 180 to 190. So, yeah. But in regards to the Recon mission, which, by the way, Justin, I do not know why they did not go Cat 5 or 155 or whatnot in their last intermediate advisory. It's clearly surface frequency microwave radiometer winds, SFMR winds reached 140 knots.
I think the main explanation for that was the storm satellite estimates wise was nowhere near Cat 5 at that point. It's getting closer now. And another thing is I think they only found like one instance of Cat 5 level winds, and they were very borderline Cat 5 level. I think they were 140 knots, like on the dot. So I mean, there's no real reason to upgrade to Cat 5 based off of one instance of Cat 5 winds and like mediocre satellite presentation. Now, I would say it's much more reasonable to upgrade. Do I think NHC will do it? No, honestly. After seeing what NHC does for a couple of years, NHC will play it down until they have reason not to. So, like, until they get Recon in there to actually prove it's a Cat 5, I don't really see why they're gonna upgrade it to Cat 5. And I would say they'll probably keep it 150, 155 miles per hour with the next outlook. I personally think it's a Cat 5. I think there's no debate about that. I'm sure the people at NHC think it's a Cat 5. However, until they get actual definitive proof of that, they're not going to upgrade it, is what I think will happen. But we'll see.
All right. Also, the Dropsondes data in their last pass in the southeastern eyewall, they did find oops. Where did it go? Southeastern eyewall? No, wait. Oh yeah, their northeastern eyewall. No, where in the heck is it? No, I need the data. I swore it had like 100 and something. Okay, southeastern eyewall, Justin. Guess what the winds were at 939 millibars, which is a level of the atmosphere. 160 knots on the Dropsondes. Yeah, on that Dropsondes in the southeastern eyewall, found 160 knots from the south-southeast at 939 millibars, the level of the atmosphere, which is not far above the surface.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's why I think...
One thing I am noticing via satellite trends is the eye is contracting a little bit. Now, there's two things that could mean. Number one, it's not a huge contraction of the eye. It's not super noticeable, so it could just be me overlooking or overthinking it. But one main thing that eye contraction could mean is actually like rapid intensification. When rapid intensification occurs, the eye actually contracts and the core becomes even more intense and more tight. That could also mean an eyewall replacement cycle. However, I think that's pretty unlikely at this time. We had one like 12 hours ago. There's not a real reason for another one to happen now. But it's just something to note.
Let me actually see if it is. Let me go back the last 150 frames to see if that is what you're seeing.
Could just be me. You can let me know, but it looks like it's gone.
No, it's not. The estimated eye diameter size is about 14 to 15 miles wide, as it was when it went over the islands.
Okay, then it's just me.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. It could be the satellite viewing angle too that gives the illusion that it might.
Yeah, that's what I was about to also say.
Oh, that is so symmetrical. I mean, there is no chunkiness to the cloud tops. It's so smooth, like smooth. You could literally see where tropical storm force winds are, Justin, just by looking at the infrared satellite imagery. Literally. No, folks.
Thank you guys for your praise. The NHC, though. Important to note that.
All right. My audio just cut out again. Okay, so I might have to contact, if this keeps on happening, I will have to contact Windows again because it keeps on cutting out when I'm on Discord. Hopefully it doesn't keep on doing it, but so far we're good now.
Hopefully. If not, we're getting the iPad out.
Yep. Yeah,
That CBO is definitely cooling, though. That's one thing. That's not just me.
Yeah. So Justin wanted to make it clear to you all that I am not a degreed meteorologist. For official info, please visit the National Hurricane Center. I will be honest, I am not a degreed meteorologist. You have to do the same thing. But I will tell you, I know a lot about weather, just like Justin does. And I've been doing this since I was 6 years old. But I really didn't get into tracking the weather until I was about 11 or 12 years old. So it really kind of... I spiffed up really much on that when I turned that age. And as of
Yeah,
this,
we've
as
both been doing this for a decent while now, so we've got our handles on it, but neither of us are degreed. If you want official info, it's always safer to visit NHC.
yeah. Oh, also, Justin, we are seeing a bit of an overshooting top taking place on the western eyewall right now. Overshooting top.
Not surprising.
Man, lot of lightning on that. Holy mackerel. I need to update the plot to see what we're seeing with lightning now.
I'm gonna set up my
Oh,
IEM.
oh my gosh, Justin. Guess how many lightning strikes are in the eye right now? Guess how many?
How many?
200 lightning strikes per 15 minutes.
Wow.
Anywhere between
Pretty
100 and 150 to 200 lightning strikes per hour. That is a bad sign.
Somebody did ask about 96L, and just briefly to touch upon 96L, that's the invest that's right behind Beryl. It's still out in the MDR, but basically 96L is getting torn apart by Shear right now. The NHC has lowered the chances of development for that to, I think, 20% in 2 days, 50% in 7 days. So it's looking less likely that that will be anything of significance.
It could still earn a name. Maybe, just maybe it might earn a name Debbie. But by the
Maybe.
way, yeah. But anyways, the eye temperature, Justin, is in the upper 60s to mid 70s right now.
Very impressive.
Boy, it could be summer heat. Well, if you're flying at like say 10,000 feet, it's really warm in the eye versus it's winter time in the eye wall because it's so cool. It's much cooler there. Which, by the way, these cloud top temperatures, we are getting cloud top temperatures negative 105 Fahrenheit at least almost halfway around the center.
Yeah. And another indication, by the way, just real quick, that shear has not kicked in yet is the increase in.
No, zero.
Yeah, it definitely has not kicked in yet, is the increases in banding and the organization of the outflow channels to the north and the east of the system. Very obvious that shear is not increasing yet.
And I did, and Justin, here's the scary thing about this, okay? And I showed my viewers this, and they were probably freaking out. Here is a concern about this, okay? If we look at Beryl on the H-Wharf parent, okay? And if you watch my stream, you're able to see my stream, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Let's take a look at what happened. So this is now, okay, 21Z Monday, right? We might have a little bit, maybe a hair of a northwesterly shear of about 2 or 3 knots. But watch what happens. Watch what happens. Keep an eye on the western flank of the storm with the shear vectors. Okay? Shear vectors is the streamlines emanating out from the center. Watch this. It's literally outflow. It's literally the vectors are pointing away from the hurricane on the western quadrant.
Wow.
So what we might be witnessing, Justin, is deflection. The shear might be, or the hurricane might be deflecting the shear away.
Maybe. Models can tend to do weird things with shear, and underestimate the impact shear has, but
All right.
we'll see.
Also, it's worth noting too, there's maybe a hair of asymmetry to the CDO. Very modest, but that fat side is actually occurring more on the southwestern and western sides of the eye.
I don't think there's much asymmetry at all. I think
Very,
it's
I
it's
mean,
becoming more symmetrical too. It's incredible, actually.
well, yeah, it looks very symmetrical, but maybe just like 5 miles fatter on the western side, which is a bad thing because that's a sign that the system is deflecting that shear a little bit. Or whatever shear there is, like 1 or 2 knots, it won't matter a whole lot.
Somebody asked, what is the current central pressure? Per the last recon data we had, it was, I believe, 946 millibars, but continuing to go down.
All right, Justin, I got a shear update. According to the University of Wisconsin, shear is now up to 7 knots from 238 degrees. So more out of the southwesterly direction, which I don't know if that's even true at this point. I know there's barely any asymmetry. Like, well, I mean, if you follow the CDO, maybe I'm just seeing things. Maybe it's very symmetrical. Either way, 7 knots, more like 1. Yeah, there's no shear at all. Essentially, I don't think. Sometimes, I think we saw this with Lee. I mean, even so, the University of Wisconsin showed shear being light, it was actually a little bit more stronger than what that showed. So it's much weaker than what University of Wisconsin is saying. But we'll have to keep an eye on the trends of this hurricane.
Definitely.
But there's a lot of lightning. That's the big thing with this. There's a ton of lightning happening in that inner core right now.
For sure.
And yes,
And lightning is an indication of strengthening, as we all know by now.
oh yeah. Which, by the way, also for anyone that's in the for everyone that's in the chat, the pressure on this too, Justin, could bottom out to the lower 930s according to the HAFS B run.
I mean, I'm sure it's already in the mid 930s right now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm just gonna wait for a RAL for for the ADT to, if it could update, because it hasn't done so well with the intensity estimate. Oh,
Somebody also asked, how long does an eyewall replacement cycle usually take? That's a good question. Yep, there's the question. Look at that, perfect timing. So yeah, eyewall replacement cycles are totally dependent on the strength of the inner eyewall and the size of the inner eyewall. So as we saw in yesterday's eyewall replacement cycle, it wrapped up incredibly fast. Probably one of the fastest eyewall replacement cycles I've ever seen. I think it took 5 hours for it to begin and for it to end. Usually it takes much longer because that inner eyewall fights for a long time. It's usually a little bit more organized and a little bit larger. But because that inner eyewall wasn't incredibly organized yesterday, and because the core was just tiny, that outer eyewall took over so quickly, and that's why we see what we're seeing now. That outer eyewall got organized, took over, and rapidly intensified into what is probably now a Category 5 hurricane.
yeah. Also, I wanted to thank you for explaining that. You see, that's why I have you on the stream. You do good at explaining things and answering those questions. All right, so the intensity forecast just came out on some of the models, Justin, and there are 3 models that have this at a Category 5 hurricane. Again, this is based on the initialization. So the initialization is 150 miles an hour, but 3 of the models show this at a Category 5 in about 24 to 36 hours. Again, based on the initialization now. We know it's probably a Category 5, but just referencing that.
Yeah, I I think personally that Shear will probably start to increase it in like 15 or so hours, maybe a little bit less. So I think it's probably going to peak in the next 15 hours. That's my thoughts. But who knows? We'll see.
Mhm. What is the current sea surface temperatures below the storm? About 85, 86 degrees right now. And upper ocean heat content in this area is phenomenally high. We actually go to another web page. I can show you all the upper ocean heat content. Whew, it's pretty high. The hurricane is passing right over here now, and look at where it's headed. It's going to be headed over this patch of very high upper ocean heat content in the next day or so. And that's off the charts, by the way. I've never seen anything that high. So that is significant. That is just significant with the upper ocean heat content, which is heat being stored in the ocean pretty deep down below the surface. In other words, that heat is deep, not shallow, where it can cool easily. Which, by the way, Justin, over Jamaica, the upper ocean heat content is 165 units.
Wow. For July 1st, that's record breaking doesn't even like give it justice. It's beyond record breaking.
Carson says Doverac only shows 130 knots. Okay, but that doesn't update very often.
Yeah, most satellite estimates are still at category 4, which is honestly not that shocking, but like satellite estimates are often wrong. So they had Ada at like 200 knots or something crazy like that, and we know it was not even close to that high. So
yeah, we can't always rely on satellite intensity estimates, folks. We need Recon to get in there. Satellite estimates are for like when a hurricane is in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of like the Central Pacific, or in the middle of the Atlantic. Then if they can't send aircraft out, then they will rely on that. Omega? What? Omega shows 170 miles an hour. I'm using Radar Omega. When is the next update? 30 minutes. 30 minutes from now, we will get a new update from the National Hurricane Center.
indeed, and I have my IEM bot ready, so
Oh, good. All right. I'm going to fly my plane into it for real. A little Tonk said, well, don't do it. It's not safe. You won't even make it. Yeah. Depending on what plane you have. This hurricane has already broken records. Yeah. If it becomes a Category 5, it would be the earliest Category 5 ever recorded. We've never seen anything this early.
it's already the furthest east hurricane ever recorded in June, the earliest Category 4 hurricane, and it may be the earliest Category 5 hurricane, too.
Holy. Lot of records on this one, Storm Justin.
Mm-hmm.
And what? It's only July 1st. We have 2 more months, roughly, until that real peak of the hurricane season is upon us. 60 more days. What is Recon? Ben is asking. Recon is Reconnaissance. It's a surveillance mission that gets the wind reading, the pressure, Dropsondes data, and everything. It helps National Hurricane Center to determine how strong is this hurricane. Because again, if we're basing it off of satellite, it's maybe incorrect. So we got to get Recon out there to fly into the system to determine, okay, is it strong? Is it weak? All right. And it's strong, of course, but how strong? And that's why we're waiting for Recon. I'll tell you, it's not a long wait before that happens. We can go in. Yeah, a NOAA Air Force mission will take off in 1 hour and 59 minutes. So at 3:30 my time, they will be taking off and they will be flying into the system. How warm is the eye? Right now, about 70 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. I would get out of Jamaica. Well, that's up to you. I can give you, because I don't want to tell you guys to evacuate now and, and nothing happens. Listen to your local authorities and your local officials for the latest information. I've been following this storm since 7:30 in the morning, Pacific Standard Time this morning. Andrew, you must be across the west. Nice. Got a local viewer. David, how much will Jamaica get impacted? So, that's a tough... Justin, can you help me answer that one? I mean, I can say it's going to get impacted pretty hard. But there's half of me that says probably not either.
So what we know right now is the current National Hurricane Center track has Jamaica just to the east of the core of the hurricane. The island of Jamaica remains in the cone of the hurricane. So what that means is that the center of it could track over Jamaica, so a landfall on the island. It could also skirt just offshore. Regardless of what it does, there's going to be significant impacts in Jamaica, whether that be through wind or substantial amounts of rain. It doesn't really matter. There's going to be impacts in Jamaica. There's currently a hurricane watch out for the island. What that means is that hurricane force winds are possible. There's no doubt in my mind that that's going to get upgraded to a hurricane warning, which means that hurricane force winds are expected. So right now, significant impacts are plausible.
Sorry, the audio just cut out there for a second. So, got to keep an eye on that. If it continues, get the iPad out and I'll have to do that. Good reporting. Where are you all located? I'm in Northern California, where it's hot, and it's going to be hot for the next several days. The next couple of weeks, we are going to see temperatures no lower than 105 degrees. That's going to be exciting. Yeah. By the way, if you guys are new to the stream, welcome aboard. It's an honor that you're here. Hit the like button. We are about 75-ish likes away from 1,000. Hit the like button, folks. You guys are awesome. Also, subscribe to the channel if you're new as well, because we are going to stay on top of this until the release of the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
David, do you want to tell them what a CDO is?
Central dense overcast. So basically it's where we have intense thunderstorms. So the eyewall is right here. In other words, that's the eyewall. And then you get this outflow with the hurricane. So with the CDO. So that's a central dense overcast. That's where we could find where there's potential tropical storm or hurricane force winds based on the cloud pattern, which explains why satellite estimates could be wrong a little bit, because they could overestimate tropical storm force wind field or underestimate it. And in this case, we clearly have that very symmetrical CDO or central dense overcast. And this is now more symmetrical than it looked about 30 minutes ago. No, I am not Adrian. I am south of Sacramento, which, by the way, Justin, for my area, 110 tomorrow, 114 on Wednesday, 110 on Thursday, 111 on Friday, 112 on Saturday, and then 108 on Sunday.
Yep, so for my area, 80, 85, 82. See, and guys, this is why SoCal is better than NorCal.
Lucky. You're going to get the cooler weather. Also, you want to know something too, Justin? San Francisco could have a high of 95 degrees on Wednesday.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, no way to escape the heat unless you go to the beach and swim in the waters. So how will Grand Cayman be impacted? At this point, if it moves directly over Jamaica, the center of circulation could get disrupted quite a bit. But if it passes just to the south of Jamaica, then essentially Grand Cayman could be in some significant trouble, potentially with hurricane force winds. And for more on that, let's actually go to the H-Wharf model. Let's go back and look at that. Let's look at the sustained winds. So we can see that Grand Cayman could have winds of over 125 miles an hour on Thursday morning. And then re-intensifies possibly to 130 miles an hour in the Yucatan. So that's what this model is showing. But really, before it hits Jamaica, it could be a very intense hurricane. Thank you so much, G Genesis. I do appreciate that, bud. You are doing one of the best jobs at forecasting the weather. But you're going to be late for work. No, I'm not going to be late for work. I am going to have to go to work. I'm not calling in for work just for a major hurricane. If it was going to be like 115 today, then I would probably call in for work, like I might do on Wednesday. But, yeah. People in California have two jobs, you know, and I'm one of those people. YouTube is my job, and Safeway, Safeway is my other job. So, yeah. David, I know this is off topic, but one of the rocks we collected a week ago is actually a real meteorite. Oh, wow, really? We just found out. That is incredible, dude. Congratulations. David, be honest. Have you played hooky before? I don't even know what hooky is. Have we played the Chase Bank game before? Just kidding. Jeez, Justin, we have 175 lightning strikes in the latest satellite update from Weather Nerds.
Wow.
And this eye is still very warm, hanging steady at 65 to 70 degrees. That eye is very circular, and no banding at all. It's very smooth.
It is.
Oh, Carson is asking, Justin, do you predict a Category 5 this next advisory?
I can't time travel. I wish I could. I would say, based off of what I know about the NHC and how I've seen them react to storms in the past, that they will probably keep it a Category 4 with the next advisory. However, that does not necessarily mean it's not a Category 5. I think they're just going to want to wait, reasonably, by the way. I think they're going to want to wait for Recon so they can get some definitive evidence that it is a Category 5. But if I were to guess, I would say they're not going to upgrade it. But they very well could.
And even if they notched it up a little bit, 155 would come before the Recon aircraft. So they would up it on a conservative number to 155 miles an hour before Recon gets in there. And then in their complete advisory tonight, up it to 160 miles an hour. If that makes
If
sense.
it maintains its intensity as
Yeah.
Recon arrives. And then always we can remember, guys, that NHC has the ability to upgrade storms in post-analysis. And they've done that with many storms in the past. So if they don't upgrade it with an advisory today, they very well could do it once the season is over. So yeah.
All right, we're getting some pre-ERCs in the chat here. Someone is saying, let's see. Holy said in the chat, the eyewall is now being replaced now. So
Sure about that.
I do not know. I doubt it.
It's possible, I guess. I do see the eye wobbling a little bit like people are suggesting. But that could just be due to some shear starting to impact it. We know shear's expected to increase. I don't know. It could also be another eyewall replacement cycle. But given that it had one like within the past 18 hours, I don't know why it would have another one right now. Possible though. We'll see. It's going to be dependent on Recon. There's not going to be a real way to know until Recon gets there.
Or I have a little bit, Justin, if you could help me out here when you look at my stream, because I'm viewing.
Yeah, I see it. I'm watching.
Okay. I don't see a secondary eyewall. I know this is very far out from the radar, but it's really hard to tell. I don't see a secondary eyewall.
I mean, I see a bit of banding around the primary eyewall, which could be early indicators of an eyewall replacement cycle, but there's definitely not a like formative secondary eyewall yet.
Okay. By the way, if you guys are enjoying this stream, hit the like button and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. You guys are very awesome. We are going to stay live even past the NHC advisory for a little bit. We're almost there to 1,000 likes, and I do appreciate that. I don't think it's really wobbling. The eye's not really wobbling at all. I don't see anything with wobbling, so...
It wobbled a little bit to the west in some of the recent. You can see it kind of...
Oh, yep, okay, never mind, yep.
Somebody asked, do hurricanes benefit from more than one eyewall replacement cycle? Yes and no. It's kind of a case-by-case thing. This storm, I think, definitely benefited from the eyewall replacement cycle. With those small... The thing is, when you have shear and dry air around a storm like you do with this one, there's not a lot of it, but there is some semblance of it, especially yesterday. When you have a really small core, those cores are easily... they can be easily disrupted by just tiny increases of shear and dry air. But when you have larger cores like this one, it takes a lot more to disrupt them. So yes, storms do often benefit from eyewall replacement cycles. I think it was necessary to have an eyewall replacement cycle with this one. However, too many eyewall replacement cycles, and if they take too long to actually complete, that can hurt the storm more than help it.
Yeah, so 15 minutes to the next advisory. Probably sooner than that when it comes to the IEM bot. Justin will let us know. New update, David. You know, when it's time.
I will.
9 likes away from 1,000. 9 likes away from 1,000. Yup, I know, Cactus. Man, did it in 3.5 hours too, so half the time from yesterday. So we are gonna watch this for a while. Very symmetrical CDO, convective, central dense overcast. Thank you, Chesla. Relaxing music, I do appreciate you too. And we just did it. Let's go far and beyond 1,000 likes, you know? So thank you so much, folks. I do appreciate it. Love you guys. I had to wake up early this morning just to check on this storm, and I woke up to 150 mile an hour system, and I'm like, 150 already? And so I checked out satellite, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah, that was my reaction.
This is truly unbelievable. Oh yeah, I agree. It is very unbelievable. And we are gonna wait until the next NHC advisory comes out. It will be out in less than 15 minutes. Probably even in 10 minutes. I got my Twitter page ready to go for any updates from the NHC. It's locked and loaded. Ready to go. See what Ben Knoll has to say about this. As it nears Category 5 intensity, 33 minutes ago. Man, there's a lot of posts. People are just blowing up on Twitter about this. This is crazy. Oh,
There
man.
is.
It's just insane. Invite your friends and family, folks, to the stream. I'm going to do a briefing update on the hurricane once the new advisory comes out. Once again, invite your friends, family, siblings, any friend that you know to the stream by sharing this, because we will be doing, perhaps me and Justin this time, will be doing the hurricane briefing once the new update comes out. Any updates on St. Lucia now? St. Lucia is still getting quite a bit of heavy rainfall. So St. Lucia's down here. Yeah, getting some intense band. And think about it this way, Justin. Still tropical storm force winds, even well away from the center of circulation, that eye, with sustained winds of near 50 miles an hour and wind gusts of over 64 miles an hour.
Crazy.
And there's about to be some intense rain bands approaching for Martinique and then Dominica to the north. Some of these rain bands, by the way, could have water spouts. Then when they come on land, they become tornadoes. So watch out. There could be some tornadic type storms approaching these islands within these rain bands. And of course, enhanced winds because of those winds aloft. Logged in from St. Lucia. Yeah, so St. Lucia right now, getting some decent rainfall. 1/2 inch of rain per hour falling there. But the eye is located right here, people. Right now. The eye is right here on the literally on the end of the radar coverage area. And we're just going to have to wait to get it from other radar sites. 10 minutes before the update. Okay, this just took... Wow, this really took a hard left turn, Justin.
Yeah, it did take a pretty nice left turn. It could also just be that the top of the eye clouded up a little bit, so it looks more ovalish than roundish, and that makes it look like it made a left turn, but it's actually not really doing that. But yeah, it wobbled a little bit, I would say.
Just interesting how hurricanes, can just jump like that to the west a little bit.
Okay, so the new advisory is out, and they kept it 150 miles per hour, just like I expected.
You're kidding!
See, guys, you just have to be good at predicting NHC.
You gotta be kidding! All right, so let's read the advisory, folks. Let's see what they're saying on why they keep it that way. So, Beryl has maintained a very impressive satellite appearance this afternoon. The well-defined symmetric eye is surrounded by a ring of infrared cloud tops colder than negative 70 Celsius. The central pressure of the hurricane was falling throughout the day while the hurricane hunters sampled the storm, with the latest aircraft pass showing the central pressure had fallen to 946 millibars. The latest objective ADT, see, they're going to use satellite data, and subjective satellite intensity estimates still support an intensity between 125 to 130 knots, which lies in between the earlier reduced flight level winds and SFMR retrievals from the aircraft. Thus, the initial intensity is held at 130 knots for this advisory. The hurricane continues to move quickly west-northwestward, 290 degrees at 18 knots while being steered by the subtropical ridge over the western Atlantic. A fast west-northwestward to the westward motion is expected over the next several days, bringing the center of the hurricane across the central and northwestern Caribbean Sea. The latest track guidance has shifted a bit northward this cycle, with some global models, including the GFS and ECMWF, showing a closer approach to Hispaniola and Jamaica by midweek. The latest NHC track forecast was nudged in this direction, although it still lies slightly to the south of the TVCA and HCCA aids. The official prediction still shows Beryl emerging into the southwestern Gulf of Mexico as a tropical storm at day 5, but the track uncertainty is greater than more ensemble spread during this period. The NOAA hurricane hunters are scheduled to investigate Beryl again this evening. While some intensity fluctuations are possible in the near term, the official NHC forecast shows little intensity change through tonight. An increase in mid-level westerly shear is still forecast by midweek, and this should cause some weakening while Beryl moves across the central and northwestern Caribbean Sea. However, Beryl is still forecast to remain a hurricane as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula. The latest NHC prediction remains close to the multi-model consensus aids. Once again, there is increased uncertainty later in the forecast period regarding the extent of land interaction, vertical depth of the cyclone once it crosses the Yucatan Peninsula and emerges into the southwestern Gulf. So this system is no longer expected to intensify at all and will remain a 150 mile an hour hurricane through the next 12 hours. It will remain a Category 4 through the next day and become a Category 3 in 36 hours, and then weaken to a Category 2 thereafter, and then down to a Category 1. Actually, a category 1 in 3 days. So still a hurricane as it moves into the Yucatan Peninsula. So as we update you all on that, okay, this is delayed still. We have to wait for the next. We're going to have to wait for more products to load in. We did not get all of those, so we'll have to wait a little bit. But I can tell you right now that this is a formidable hurricane. If it's 150, 160 miles an hour, we will yet to find out from the National Hurricane Center if this indeed has intensified.
Yeah. I would say, like, if I were in the NHC's shoes, I think I would probably do the same thing as them. For all of you in the chat, I understand your frustration when seeing a storm like this. It's pretty obvious that it's nearing Cat 5 intensity, and probably C knows that. They're not stupid, they're professionals. However, there's absolutely no evidence right now other than just forecasting hurricanes for a while to know that this is a Cat 5, and you can't forecast weather based off of your instincts. So until we get recon or satellite estimates that support a Cat 5 intensity, it would be semi-irresponsible on NHC's end to actually upgrade it to Cat 5, and that's just something that we're going to have to be able to cope with, I guess.
But I'll tell you right now, there is a ton of lightning going on surrounding the eye still. These cloud tops have not warmed up at all. They are still as cold as they were. And we are still seeing a lot of lightning. Not 200 lightning strikes, but about 150 lightning strikes in the eye right now. Really, really intense lightning activity going on. Once we get the product out, let's see if it updated. And it did. So we have a new update right now. Yep, they just updated everything. So right now, this is the latest from the NHC with that track forecast. This will pass just to the south of Jamaica, but still that cone of uncertainty is completely engulfing Jamaica, which means Jamaica still has a possibility of a direct landfall with Hurricane Beryl. And this could be very close of being a major hurricane on approach to Jamaica. And there is now a tropical storm warning out now for Hispaniola. And the tropical storm warning is now in effect for the Windward Islands. But that has now been the hurricane warning has been dropped at this time. It is speeding up a little bit. It is moving towards the west-northwest at 21 miles an hour. And this will be making landfall potentially as a hurricane in the Yucatan Peninsula, and then a tropical storm once it moves over the Yucatan and then into the Gulf of Mexico. It is worth noting, though, that the cone of uncertainty now is being bent a little bit, and there's this gradual turn that happens towards the end of the forecast. Where and when this turn actually occurs will be important to who might get impacted by the system. So right now, tropical storm force winds, dangerous waves, and heavy rainfall are expected to continue through this evening while the core of Beryl pulls away from the southern Windward Islands. Beryl is forecast to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea later this week. A tropical storm warning has been issued for the south coast of Hispaniola. Hurricane conditions are possible in Jamaica on Wednesday, where a hurricane watch is in effect. Interest in the Cayman Islands, Belize, the Yucatan Peninsula, the remainder of the northwestern Caribbean, and the southwestern Gulf of Mexico need to monitor the progress of Beryl. Additional watches and warnings will likely be required during the next day or two, according to this. So that's what we're dealing with. And now this has updated. There is a 90 to 100% chance for Jamaica to have tropical storm force winds by Wednesday morning. Yes, tropical storm force winds for Jamaica with a 70% chance that Cayman, the Grand Cayman, will have tropical storm force winds. Not to mention there's also a 50 to 60% chance that the Haitian Peninsula of Hispaniola could get tropical storm force winds in the next day or two as the system moves in the general west-northwesterly direction. And there is now a 60% chance of tropical storm force winds for the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. So the rainfall totals have not been updated from the last update this morning, but I'll tell you right now, we are still projecting up to about 6 to 8 inches of rainfall over Jamaica. At this time, rainfall decreases over the Windward Islands, not much more expected there. And then, of course, you're looking at 4 to 6 inches of rainfall over portions of the taller mountains there of the Dominican Republic. So, as we take a look here at the latest wind field, because I want to show you all this is important. Tropical storm force winds do continue to expand slightly, with hurricane force winds that remain the same and unchanged from the last update. Remember, there has been a little wobble to the west, but still the average movement is still generally off towards this direction. So still aiming right towards Jamaica head on right now. And people in Jamaica need to be getting prepared for significant impacts there in the next day or two. All right, so Justin?
Yeah.
Why is the air pressure down at 944 when they said in their discussions at 946?
They said in their discussion they kept it 946, but what?
In their discussions, 946, but their public advisories show.
Oh, yes. So, what they said in their discussion is that the last aircraft pass showed that central pressure had fallen to around 946. Their last aircraft pass was a couple hours ago, so I guess they're now estimating that it's dropped to 944 since then.
Which is in line with what I say. I'm guessing about 943, 944. All right, that makes sense. So now, as far as how intense could Beryl still intensify, that remains to be seen. If there is indeed another eyewall replacement cycle about ready to begin, this is probably the strongest Beryl will get. If it becomes a Cat 5, that remains to be seen until aircraft gets in there tonight. But right now, if an ERC is getting ready to do so, is getting ready or is getting underway or in the early stages, then Beryl's intensity has leveled off and is no longer intensifying. But regardless, though, this is expected to be a formidable Category 4 hurricane through the next 24 hours. There is definitely likelihood of that. On this run, especially on the H-Wharf, still has us at a high-end Category 4, cusping a Category 5, and then, of course, by the time we go into the 36-hour mark, winds come down to 140, and then this still makes landfall on this model on the H-Wharf. I don't think we got any new update in yet on Weather Bell of a new rendering of that. So, but still 132, potentially 140 at landfall on Jamaica, and then once it reemerges into the Grand Cayman area, 120, 130 miles an hour is still possible. And then possibly a powerful hurricane, Category 1 to Category 3 intensity, potentially in the next 4 days or so as this approaches the Yucatan of Mexico. All right, so we should get a new update here on the models very soon. It shouldn't be long. Waiting patiently. I think the halves A is the one that renders first. So let's see if we got that, and we don't. So, yeah. By the way, if you guys are liking this stream, hit the like button. You guys are awesome. It's a Category 5 now. Still in question about that. The T numbers, or raw T numbers, have come up again, Justin.
What are they at?
6.7.
Yeah, I mean, NHC has no definitive proof that this thing's a Cat 5, so they're not going to upgrade it. That's reasonable.
No, what I'm saying is the raw T numbers are 2 points, a point two higher than the adjusted T numbers.
Yeah. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is that satellite estimates are still nowhere near enough to upgrade it without recon.
Yeah, true. All of the okay. Let's see. Any questions, you guys? We're gonna get to questions for the last 15 minutes. I do need to eat lunch. I have not had lunch yet. I haven't had hardly anything to eat today, so I'll have to get some food before I head off to work. My second job. Yep, my second job. Man, still 40-mile-an-hour winds occurring on Martinique. Caleb and Z. David, will we see any sort of weakening towards midnight? If there's an eyewall replacement cycle getting ready to begin, we will see some modest weakening, maybe down 5 or 10 miles an hour, but regardless, this is a high end-ish category 4 hurricane, 150-mile-an-hour winds. Eyewall replacement cycle isn't going to make it to a category 3 or so. It's going to be a very intense hurricane. So is it already a category 5 already then? It's not official from the NHC, from the National Hurricane Center, but me and Justin think, based on the looks of the system, it is a category 5, but I can't. I mean, it's hard to speculate. Actually, it looks like we're starting to get more banding in the upper level Sierras on the southeastern side, which might mean an eyewall replacement cycle may be getting ready to begin.
Yeah, there are definitely some early indications of an eyewall replacement cycle.
If it completes pretty quick, that's a bad sign. Then it could re-intensify even more on the other side.
Definitely.
St. Joseph, St. Lucia looks to be fine. Conditions are going to be getting better from here on out. Still some convective banding that it still remains over that area as we look at on Doppler radar in that region. But definitely conditions will be improving within the next 6 to 12 hours. What's up, Diana? Thank you, David, for your live updates on Hurricane Beryl today. I thank you very much, Diana. Yeah, did a pretty good job. I did a great job. All right, no name is asking you, Justin, do you have Twitter?
I do have a Twitter. I'm not particularly active on Twitter. I'm more active with fire weather than I am with tropical weather, so I think following David should be sufficient.
Yeah, follow me, you guys, at Weather United 1. At Weather United 1. Okay, this is my handle right here. My handle on Twitter is Weather United 1. Just in case if you missed it, there it is. At Weather United 1. But yeah, otherwise we're going to keep an eye on this for a little while longer. Oh yeah, definitely some convective towers, some burstiness to the convection is starting to begin. So Maybe not, though. It could be. Definitely colder cloud tops on the western side, though.
Florida investor asked, is it coming to the United States? It's a good question. Currently, models are trending toward no on that. However, it is possible that portions of Texas could feel impacts from the system in the long term. But by the time it gets there, it will definitely be weaker.
Hey, David, can you tell us the chances of this becoming a Category 5 officially? That's a hard one. It's a 50-50%. That's the simplest I can put it. 50% chance that it does, 50% chance that it doesn't.
It'll be dependent on Recon. If Recon finds Category 5 evidence, they'll upgrade it to Category 5. Recon doesn't, they won't. It's about as simple as that.
Again, great job, my brother. We are watching you. Thank you, Jim, Joseph. We are almost up to 1,100 likes, folks. Amazing stream. This is by far the best stream that we've had in this entire series. So I want to thank you all for that. You guys are really, really awesome. Someone just looked at IR and it looks fine. Yeah, okay, so that is not convective. That's not pulsating like I thought. That's really wrapping around quickly, so it's probably a reconstruction to the eye. We'll just have to wait and see in the next few hours if an ERC actually initializes.
We will. I think there's definitely some early indications of one, though. It's not happening yet, but I think it's probably going to happen.
Gosh, Justin, the eye temperature really has warmed up significantly in the last 30 minutes. We're up to 68 degrees Fahrenheit now. We were at like 63 earlier. Now we're back up to 68.
Crazy.
So that eye has warmed up.
Already, it did, but storms can go through more than one eyewall replacement cycle, and storms of this intensity almost always do.
Boy, we're almost up to 2,500 followers on the Twitter page, folks. Thank you guys for following me on Twitter. I do a lot with the weather on there. I do tropics, I do winter weather. At times, if it's significant enough, I do fire weather as well. Is there a typical temperature for inside the eye? So essentially, the eye temperature of it being at least 65 to 70 degrees is usually a signature of the eye being really, really warm, and that means the hurricane is pretty intense. Is there something outside? I hear some humming.
Yeah, sorry, let me mute.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm everywhere on Twitter. I'm just everywhere. That's where you'll get a lot of my updates on Twitter too. Like tonight when Recon comes out or gets out there, I will be putting an update out on that. I will be doing a bit of a detailed discussion on that. And actually, I'll be home at 7:45, about 8:15 tonight. If necessary, I may pull another live stream again. I may pull up another live stream if necessary, if this actually is intense. I mean on X. So you can follow me on X, you guys, at Weather United on X / Oh, a leaf blower. Oh, that's what that is. 2 more likes away until we get to 1,100 likes, folks. Thank you. So I wanted to make it clear that there is still a potential for a landfall on Jamaica. This is not good news. This is bad news. As you can see there, very intense winds. But of course, early on, actually, you know what though? If this is 150 miles an hour, which matches well with the WRF model, and then it still has a chance to re-intensify a little bit more. Because if we follow this, it could get down 140 by 8 p.m. tonight, and then up to 143, 144, 152, and everything. Then up to 155. So this could actually indicates that if there is an ERC, it could recover from that pretty quickly. I like Twitter better. X is the same thing, though. COD is getting stronger. People are saying COD is getting stronger. Let me look at the college. Let me look here first at low-level water vapor. Justin, what are your thoughts on this? People are saying on College Dew page it's getting...
Do you still hear the leaf blower?
Yep. Oh, the CDO. Okay. The CDO. Okay, I thought you said College Dew page. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got that wrong. Sorry. So the CDO is pretty cold. Still, it's not cooling anymore. I don't think it is. Let me check a little bit more. It's very hard to say. I don't think it's cooling much. It actually might have warmed up a little bit on average. I'm not seeing really deep reds anymore. But let me see. Ooh, yeah, right there. There's a huge convective burst. Big convective burst happening on the northeastern quadrant.
Do we still hear the leaf blower?
Nope.
Great. It'll come back, so this will be temporary.
So, Justin, big convective burst on the northeastern side now.
Yeah, so why I'm thinking there's probably an eyewall replacement cycle coming is you can kind of see two areas. It almost looks like two eyewalls, right? You see that one convective burst right outside of the eye right there, and that's an inner eyewall, right? But then you also see an area of deep convection around that, and between the two is a moat of warmer convection. So I think there probably is some early indications of an eyewall replacement cycle, and we'll probably see one sooner than later. If Recon can get to it in time, though, then maybe we'll get our Category 5 out of it. But it's probably going to start leveling off, if not weakening, in the next 6 to 12 hours.
There's no more lightning. Oh, well, maybe they'll have to load in more data soon. Yeah, there's a lot of Shear's banding now, it seems like. A little bit more.
Carson, it could be an eyewall replacement cycle, or it could just be shear starting to impact it. It strikes, but I don't know. Too early to tell.
I'm just trying to analyze. Okay. There's deep convection getting ready to fire off on the southern and western sides. A huge amount, like a wall of deep convection. So
Yeah,
I,
like we saw yesterday when it started its eyewall replacement cycle, you get those really big bursts of deep convection right outside the eye, and that's basically that inner eyewall fighting for its life.
yeah, that's probably what we're seeing. You know what though? This is predicted on the H wharf. So the H wharf has 150-mile-an-hour winds as of the 12Z run. We don't have new run out yet, but then it goes down to 139 by 8 p.m. tonight, my time. So we could be witnessing. Actually, no, wait. No, this is local time. Never mind. No, wait. So this is. Okay, this is local time for me. So this is. Yeah, 8 p.m. my time tonight. So in 15 hours on this run, it shows it going down a 140, and then on the other side by tomorrow morning, it reaches 155, possibly 160 miles an hour. So I think the H wharf is seeing another ERC. You know, Justin, though, look how smooth the convection is. Look at how cold the CDO has gotten on the western and southern sides, are really cooling off quickly. I don't know. It's... Oh gosh, no, Justin, this eye's warming up. We're at 71 degrees.
Yeah, but the eye warming doesn't necessarily mean it's not an eyeball replacement cycle. Especially since when you have that really big burst of deep convection right outside of the eye, you noted that, that increases subsidence within the eye, which can warm the eye. So, I mean,
Oh. Okay. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. We're going to just really have to monitor the satellite data. Very symmetrical CDO still.
indeed, yeah. I will say the whole CDO is cooling, like the whole everything about it, like it's all cooling. Whether it's an inner eye wall and an outer eye wall or just one eye wall, it's all cooling.
The
So
the eye
that's
the eye looks like it has contracted some though.
it definitely has.
Yeah, it's definitely not as big as it was. The eyeball. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, we're at 12 knot and 12 miles across. That's definitely smaller than it was earlier. Little itty bitty eye. Wow, Auntie said many wind instruments. I guess it's on the island that took a direct hit of the eye. All wind instruments were ripped off.
Interesting.
So yeah,
Yeah, this CDO is noticeably cooling.
yeah, definitely. It's not as warm. It's not as warm as it was earlier. It's definitely lightning strikes stopped within the eye though. But I'm going to update the plot to confirm that.
Somebody asked, isn't another...
shoot. Oh my gosh, Justin.
Go
There's...
ahead.
Okay. Sorry, my audio cut out for a second there. There is definitely not an eyewall replacement cycle happening. Absolutely not. Look at the lightning in this. If I can actually zoom in. Can I zoom in? Let's see. Let's hope I can. I need to show you this. This is the latest imagery. And I'm going to send you this image. There's over 100 lightning strikes in this right now.
Yeah. That's great.
All right, Justin, I'm going to get my
Definitely.
iPad. It keeps on cutting out. So I'll be right back. I'm actually going to head off here in about 5 minutes anyways. Yes, I need to eat lunch, and then I got to head to work. So about another 5 minutes, and we'll have to end this. But I'm probably going to end up being back tonight. Still to be announced. Can you hear me, Justin?
Yes.
Perfect. So... yeah, so did you get the image that I sent you?
I did, yeah. It's definitely still impressive. I don't know though. There's definitely some things that indicate an eyewall replacement cycle is probably about to begin. Could not tell you though. It's gonna be Recon will tell the entire story. We also don't have a new microwave image, so it's hard to tell through that. There's no radar of this thing, so we can't be definitive about it. But the CDO is cooling. There's still a lot of lightning, and it's a very strong storm.
Golly word. Wow. Cactus Sea, we either may or may not have an eyewall replacement cycle. We're trying to figure that out, but I'll tell you right now, the CDO, the central dense overcast, has cooled pretty markedly over the last probably hour or so. And we're seeing a huge burst of deep convection happening on the southeastern side. So really remains to be seen. Very symmetrical system, though. Very symmetrical.
Definitely.
Man, that is just crazy. We're waiting for a new IR update on windy.com. Because that'll give us our latest eye wall temperature or eye temperature.
Jessica, the next recon mission is, well, soon. I think the plane already took off and is heading towards the storm. So
Actually, they take off in 59 minutes.
great. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't track recon clearly until it gets in the storm.
Look at rapid scan IR. That's what I'm looking at right now. This is a rapid scan. What's up, John? John 542E. What is it, buddy? It's the John 542E hurricane. No, I'm just kidding.
Annular structure?
Looks like it may be transforming into an annular structure. Oh. Never
I
thought.
don't know. Is it? John, what makes you think that?
They're gonna fly into the storm in about 58 minutes. Actually, to be exact, let's see. They're gonna, in about 58 minutes, yep, they're gonna be flying into the system. The CDO is now completely circular. Yes, for sure. It is very circular right now.
We do sometimes see in hurricanes, by the way, is something called a merger eyewall replacement cycle. And what that means is basically the outer eyewall and the inner eyewall merge, and the storm doesn't actually become bigger, but like intensification continues all the way through, and that inner eyewall just gets stronger because it's now merged with the outer eyewall, and that could be something that we're seeing here. We'll have to wait for Recon though.
Okay. DW is asking, is this thing a Cat 5 or what? Again, we're not going to speculate until the aircraft data comes out. Believe me, folks, you will be the first ones. You will be the first ones to get my Twitter feed to this, because I'm only at work for 4 hours today, so it's a short, nice, good-looking shift. And so, I will be able to update you guys on X. On X, it's Twitter/X. And then, if necessary, if it's proposed enough, I might go live again this evening for a few hours. Similar to this one. Similar to this one. It's definitely a Cat 5. We just need NHC and a Recon to confirm it. Yes. But we're going to just be patient. Patience is a virtue at the end of the day. Okay, we're going to get a new IR here. Come on, IR, load. Which, by the way, those convective cloud tops on the northeastern side, based on my estimates, Justin, are negative 110 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the whole CDO is cooling substantially now. The big question I have is just, is that a result of Dmax, or is that because the storm is intensifying? But we're not even close to Dmax yet, so probably the latter.
Oh my gosh, it's a black donut, Justin. A black donut on this. Wow, these are cold. Nope, looks like our Doverick technique, the winds have weakened a little bit, Justin. 127 knots now.
Interesting.
Yeah. And our eye
probably because of a result of what we're seeing with that kind of weird structure of the inner and outer eyewall, but I don't know. That seems low though, like really low.
Yeah. When is Dmax? It's overnight, pretty much. All right, folks, it is 2:35, and it is about time for me to head off. Please follow me on Twitter, because I will be sending out something when Recon gets out into that. Again, my Twitter handle is WeatherUnited1, at WeatherUnited1 on Twitter/X. All right. Go to that. right here, and you'll find me. All right. But then the plan of the rest of the evening, once I get home, is if it's necessary to do a live stream. I might be doing another one this evening for a few hours. So probably from about 8 o'clock until about 11 o'clock tonight. I'll have to set up the stream and do other things. So probably about 9 o'clock until about midnight we'll probably be going live for. All right, maybe a 2 or 3 hour stream, if necessary. All right. Well, anyways, share this stream, like the stream, and subscribe to this stream and the channel if you did like the live analysis, update, and coverage on Hurricane Beryl. I'll be back with you more soon, folks. Take care, be safe, and as always, get the latest information on the National Hurricane Center and here on my X Twitter page, however you want to call it. All right. See you guys. Thank you all for tuning in. See you back here soon.